space. The digital void. These are the voyages of the streaming channel Captain Spicy Pants. Its continuing mission: to explore strange new content, to seek out new communities and new memes, to boldly go where no streamer has gone before!
Good evening, captains and Donbrook. Permission granted. That being said, I am Captain Spicy Pants. It's Monday. We're here. We have one night before Risa's summer event starts. We're actually already kind of getting things moving. As we discussed last week, we are now using recruits to get our EC cap unlocked. So, we gotta move Dilithium. We gotta move Dilithium. How are you all, though? How was your weekend? Did anybody do anything fun, exciting? Watch any new shows, new movies? Full spoiler alert, I did see 2 of the top horror movies right now, which is Backrooms and Obsession. I won't spoil the movies, but I will say they are good. Backrooms is a little bit weird, but I think it's supposed to be weird. And Obsession, oh my god. That's all I'm going to say about it. If you like horror films, I suggest you go watch them. Otherwise, yeah, tonight we're just going to kind of prep Bob and get ready for the Risa Summer Event tomorrow. And then we'll be really, really hitting that Risa Summer Event. So I'm debating on whether or not, it depends on how much the dilithium buyout costs for the ship. No Masters of the Universe, not yet. That's on my list. We're big on movies over here, so we will probably end up seeing that this week. I think we're gonna go see that at a restaurant theater, kind of much like the Alamo in Texas, but it's not called that here. So, anyways, but yeah. So debating on how much the Gomtuu is going to cost tomorrow for the dilithium buyout. We may actually get it on our main account. Depends. I do have a couple million dilithium that I could sink into it, and we'll see if we get our hands on it early and let you all know kind of what it's about, what the ship is. We did cover it earlier this week as far as the stats were concerned, which I'm excited for, but I don't know. I don't know yet. I just caught up on the creepy horror series From. Yes! Yo, I love From so much. It's like my #1 show. We watch it every Sunday. It's such a great show. Especially if you like Lost, right? If you're a fan of Lost, you would love From. Finished watching all of the original series and all the movies, so now I've definitely seen every episode of every series now. Very nice. I'm gonna have to do a binge. I'm gonna have to do a binge watch of some Star Trek here soon. So let's jump on to Bob. get him rolling tonight. We got a couple things we need to do with him, not a whole heck of a lot. I just kind of want to. What I want to do tonight is kind of get Bob's marks kind of just in line for this week because he's going to spend a lot of time on Risa. That being said, tomorrow, as stated in the video, he will be finally tier 5 in Discovery, which means tomorrow we can start putting on Tilly's 2-piece, and actually, technically, we could slot the warp core right now. We could do the warp core right now, but we're going to do warp core and shields, and then we're going to grab Lorca's console, and that's going to kind of round off Bob in that aspect. So we're going to knock this out starting tomorrow, but we'll go ahead and slot this one up because we have all this stuff for it, but no, except for the marks. So we need a bunch of marks. Yeah, we need a mark farm. That's the big thing. We got a mark farm. Dilithium's not an issue. EC is not an issue. But yeah, we gotta get marks, so that's kind of where we're at tonight. Spider Noir. Oh yeah, that's right. Is that out? Is that out right now? I haven't checked. Okay, so like I said, I got a whole summer lineup of movies that we're gonna be watching. And we kicked it off pretty good. Mortal Kombat 2 was my, I guess, summer kickoff movie, right? So went and saw MK2. Absolutely loved it. Mandalorian and Grogu, you know, it was okay. It just, I don't know why they made it a movie. That's all I'm going to say about that. But then Obsession and Backrooms are like, they're so good right now. So, but yeah, I got a whole bunch of other things. We got to see Masters of the Universe. We got to see Spider Noir. We got to see the Spider-Man. The 4th installment of that this summer. I don't know if I'm going to see Supergirl or not. I have no idea. I haven't seen much as far as marketing for Supergirl, so I don't know. I mean, I might see it anyways, but yeah. I feel like that one's kind of might float by. We'll see. But yeah, Jericho, I think I'm gonna have to do a binge watch session of some of the older Star Trek shows and stuff. Like I do watch the movies from time to time, especially like at night or whatever. I'll put on any of the movies, but as far as the series is concerned, there's a lot of the shows I want to go back and watch that I haven't watched in years, and I just need to pick a time to do that. You know, just there's too much stuff that's good on TV right now. And another show that's got me hooked right now is a show called Paradise, which is wild. It's a very grounded in reality what if scenario, and I like that a lot. It's on Hulu, so give that one a watch if you kind of like a post-apocalyptic kind of setting is the only way I can put it, but it's really, really good. So but yeah, I definitely got my thumb on the pulse of different movies and TV shows, so we'll be kind of watching them, and then we'll kind of give our little takes on them. I'm not a big like movie reviewer or anything, and I also don't want to spoil anything for anybody who hasn't seen stuff, but I think as things go on, as time has passed, like I'll probably talk about Mortal Kombat 2. I'd say it's almost safe to start talking about Mortal Kombat 2. It's been out for about a month now, but I'll give it just a little bit more time, then I'll kind of, give more insight and depths on that. But otherwise, like, I don't ever want to spoil anything, especially something fresh. So, which is why I'm just basically saying, like, use the trust me bro effect on this one. If you want to see a good movie, you got a date, or you just want to go by yourself to go see a good movie, whatever the case is, go see Obsession and go see Backrooms. Try and catch it as a double feature if you can. That's exactly what I did. But here's the thing about Backrooms. I didn't follow the lore of Backrooms, and here's the thing. This is not spoiling anything. There is a lore to Backrooms. I did not follow it. I didn't even know about it. I didn't ever even knew it was a thing. I guess it started on 4chan, and it kind of just like was like a creepypasta, right? I didn't know about it, so I had to do a lot of research before going in to watch it. Because if you go in and watch the movie and you don't really understand what the Backrooms is, you're probably going to leave the same way I felt at first, which was like, this movie to me at first, I was like, this movie sucks. I'm not going to lie. At first I did. But then I started reading more on it and understanding the lore behind it. I was like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it now. I understand. It makes more sense. And it's one of those things that's like, if you don't understand it, you don't know how the reason I say that is because the way the movie's structured. It's not structured like any other kind of movie out there. It's it's supposed to leave you uneasy. It's supposed to leave you feeling like questionable and everything else. So that's the way Backrooms is. So go give that a watch if you enjoy that kind of stuff. And then, like I said, the last little thing, Obsession. I cannot tell y'all how I've seen it twice now. And that movie is wild. It's just absolutely wild. And there's stuff in that movie that I think some of the fellas on here may have been in a relationship with somebody very similar to that setting. I'm not spoiling anything. Obviously, the movie's called Obsession, but there's things to that movie that just unravel and makes you, again, very uncomfortable and almost heartbreaking. And you watch the movie the first time and you go, oh my God. And so I went and watched it the second time and I was like, still, oh my God. So anyways, that's it. That's all my little summer reviews so far, little snippets. Let's jump into what we got going on here with Bob. And yes, Paradise is very, very good. I love it. So like I said, we're just gonna queue up. We're gonna do some discovery farming. We got to get a bunch of discovery marks. We don't have to, we don't have to go super crazy because as soon as we hit tier 5, they give us a bunch of marks, but we still need enough marks to balance out 3 items. So we need a little bit. Let's put all this on advanced just so we can get more stuff. There we go. So we're going to do that. I'm trying to think anything else that I have that's very interesting or not. But yeah, tomorrow's summer event, when that kicks off, I'll let you all know if we're gonna get the Gomtuu because it will kick off prior to me streaming, or it should. If the servers come up in time, it should kick off prior to me streaming. So if it does kick off, I'll put a community post if I got the Gomtuu or not, and I'll kind of hype it up a little bit as far as the stream is concerned. I just don't know if I'm going to get it because it just depends on how many millions of dilithium it is. I'm not going to sink. I guess I'm trying to justify the math. I'm not going to sink more than a legacy bundle worth of dilithium into a event ship. That's just honestly what it comes down to. That's the way I look at it. And the thing is this event ship, it's decent. It's not the worst event ship they've ever released, and it's not the best one they've ever released, but it's also one of those things that I got to weigh out the effectiveness of buying it early versus just grinding it out. So we'll kind of decide from that point tomorrow. Unless have they released any post or anything yet? Have they said anything about how much it's going to cost? Because I haven't seen anything, but maybe they have. Because I think the last thing I saw, oh yeah, that's the other thing too. If y'all don't know, if you're not checking, I forgot to bring this up on, oh, well, it's not going to load right now, but make sure y'all are checking your promotions tab every day during the summer event and now before the summer event, because today's was a ultimate tech upgrade, which I also have another one in my bank that I got to pick up from completing the Borg event. But yeah, you're getting rewards every day on no matter what platform you're playing on between now and I guess all throughout the summer event, as far as we know. Spencer roasted the ship on review, says it's the worst in years, just a waiting game on the console spreadsheet. Yeah, well, so that's what I said. It's not the worst they've ever released. It's definitely not the best by far. The Impreza right here, like, that outshines it, and that wasn't technically an event ship. I mean, it was the 16th anniversary event, I guess, ship, but you know, like, for summer event ships, right? I know that they always experiment with stuff, and I get that, that's the idea behind these ships. But I feel like I don't see myself, especially as a science captain, as y'all know, I love EPG and everything. I just don't ever see myself using this ship, other than like, here's a fun flying pine cone in space that I may just jump in for like space Barbie purposes, but I really do not see myself doing much with it. Yeah, it's got a 4-4 weapon layout, which is very rare for a science ship, because most science ships are either 4-3 or 3-3, minus like the Lamar class, which is another oddity to science vessels, right? But yeah, yeah, how many people do we have on that one? We have one there, we have one there, two there. I'll come over here to the middle. This ship is a bit of a novelty. It'd be fun to have and play around with, especially if you're a TNG. But not, yeah, exactly. So that's what I said. Like, in terms of what I would personally use it for, I think I see myself just having another great event ship, Admiralty ship, another, yeah, exactly. It is a free ship, exactly. Like, that's what it comes down to. And that's why I said, like, I'll have to kind of see what the cost is tomorrow with the dilithium buyout and say, like, I'm okay with parting with this much dilithium, or no, it's just that's way too much. I'm not going to do it, and I'll just review it, you know, whenever I obtain it. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Bob definitely won't have it, but the main account could have it. So we'll see. Bob will have it just based on farming Risa, which, you know, we'll be farming the favors and everything else. We're going to be doing all kinds of the events. There's a couple of kit modules I want to get and test out for sure. Bob also probably wants a couple of cosmetics on that front, so we'll be getting some favors and running events all throughout the summer event. And then I think we have Delta recruits, right? Admiralty card at worst. I just do one pass a day, so more cards don't mean much. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, and that's, well, it will mean something for Bob. It does not mean much on my main account at all. It really does. I'm the same kind of deal, you know, especially with all the ships and everything. It's like, I don't need it. It's just great to have, I guess. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with it. I mean, like, I feel like the general consensus for the most part is this, and I could be wrong, and I really, you know, I said before, if I'm wrong, I don't mind being wrong, just call me out that I'm wrong. But I think the general consensus is most people are going to, unfortunately, farm this ship. I know that they were looking for a dilithium sink option, but I don't think this is the home run that they think it's going to be. I could be wrong, but I think so many people have seen the stats of the ship that they're kind of like, this ain't it. You know, like, this ain't the ship that I'm going to be willing to drop a lot of dilithium on. And maybe I'm wrong on that aspect. Maybe there will be a lot of dilithium sink people that want to get the ship just so that they have it on day one. And the only reason that I would have it on day one myself is not so much for myself. It's more or less for content creator purposes. That's it. That's the only reason that I would get it on day one. And like I said, then I have to weigh out the options. Is like, is it worth sinking that much dilithium? But I think the general player base, I don't know. I mean, what are you guys' thoughts in chat? Like, are you guys gonna honestly buy this one out or sit this one out? Especially since it's dilithium this time. It's not even Lobi, right? So it's like it's a more valuable currency in my opinion. I'm curious to know, like, what you guys' thoughts are on it as far as getting it early or not. And that's the other, you know, the other flip side to this is, like, how would I even build this ship in the first place? Like, obviously I build it as typical science, but the seating is a little, I mean, like, it's, I even said in my review video of the stats, I said I wish the seating was a little bit different, but it's doable. I just don't like the fact that the science commander station is Miracle Worker, because you use a lot of the science stuff for your control abilities anyways. So I don't know how I feel about that one. It's a really weird scenario. I do it for the for the nuts. If the console's good, who knows? The way to make dilithium work is keeping the ship out of muds and always up for dilithium. That is true. That would be a very smart move on their part if they were going to do that, especially for the quote-unquote, like, fear of missing out situation. And then they could do, like, a I don't know how many million dilithium it's going to be on this release, but they could do, like, a discount at some point for it, I guess. You know, like, let's say tomorrow it releases and they say, okay, it's 1.5 million dilithium, which I think would be more or less reasonable, but it could be as high as 5 million or who knows, whatever million amount of dilithium they put on there, right? So they do that tomorrow, and You know that they do their sales, right? They do their Muds Market sales and stuff. But like you said, to keep this one out of the Muds Market, what they could do is when they do a sale, they could go, okay, here's 75% off on this, but you're still gonna have to sink like at minimum like 500,000 dilithium or something. I don't know. Just something to that extent, and keep it as a dilithium sink option, and then yeah, it could be worth it. But and that's the thing, like looking at the console face value, in my opinion, this is like the only eye-catching thing about this console. I actually think it's a PvP console. In fact, I think the trait and the console is PvP. And you have to hear me out because I'm very experienced in PvP, right? So I do have a sense of knowing what works and doesn't work in PvP. I think a little bit of it is dead on arrival for PvP, but I think it's kind of like trying to create a counterbalance to PvP, because if you look at the face value stats of the console and what it does, it is literally meant for stopping speed, shutting off auxiliary, like dropping shields and all this stuff, right? Well, the biggest problems in PvP, the reason why it's dead right now, is because of the speed and untargetability aspect of PvP. So it's really weird that they release a trait and a console for something that's not really going to be super PvE useful. I mean, like, in what scenario are you going to need to shut off a PvE enemy's auxiliary? Yeah, I can maybe understand the speed and the shields to a certain extent, right? Shutting down their shields, especially like for a torp boat or something or whatever. But like for the most part, there's so much shield pin in the game and everything else. It's not a necessity. So I kept thinking about the console on the surface. I'm like, what is the point of this console other than, in my opinion, I think it's literally a PvP console and trait. And I just don't know how effective it will be in PvP, because I think there's just so many ways around it. But yeah. And that's the other thing too. That's exactly what I said. Considering PvP is kind of dead, I'm not sure that is. I agree. I don't know what their reasoning is behind this. Because, like I said, at the end of the day, on the surface level of everything, looking at the console and the trait, it's very PvP centric. It's not even PvE focused. So what is the reasoning behind this? Is this like their soft introduction to like, hey, we understand there's some problems in PvP and we're gonna see if this kind of like helps a little bit? Because like, I don't know. Especially like the trait is the most interesting one of it all. And that's, I guess, what really, even though it's on a 45-second cooldown, it's a very long cooldown. We'll take a look at it. I'll pull it up after this TFO. But I'll break it down, because especially if you've never PvP'd in this game or don't understand how PvP is in the current state right now, it's kind of interesting to know why I view this the way I do, because there are a lot of people who just won't touch PvP, and I don't blame you one bit. I think PvP is in a ridiculous state right now, but it is an aspect of this game. It's a very small aspect of this game, but there's a lot of reasoning into why PvP is the way it is at the moment, and I think the way that they release this console and trait aims towards it, because I try to think about every possible PvE scenario I would use this console, at the very minimal, the console in. And on the surface, I can't think of really any. I'm sitting there going, as a science captain, I don't want to kill my auxiliary in the first place, right? Like, that's just silly. Why would I want to kill my own auxiliary? I'm asking for problems at that point, you know? So I knew just from that aspect, I was like, okay, I'd have to slot it in a universal station slot, because then that's the only one that kills my shield power and my engine power, but I get to keep my auxiliary. And I started thinking more and more on it. I'm like, well, why do I want to do any of this stuff in the first place? You know, like, I guess I can hull tank everything else, right? Shut off my shields and my engines, but the Gomtuu's a slow ship as it is, so that means I'm just gonna be a dead weighted pine cone in space. Okay, where does this console really apply at? And then I started really thinking about it, and what hit me was the last time that I've been in PvP, it was very much focused on ETL, Exodus, Intel stealth abilities, right? Everything was focused on not being targeted. And speed was the other thing. Speed was the other thing, right? And then I started reading about like what, you know, where did this trait and this console come into play. Well, the trait's main thing is to shut off their speed. Like, yes, there is some damage aspects to it, but it puts you at a dead stop. And I go, oh my goodness, if the timing of this trait is correct, which sucks that it's 45 seconds, which is why I said it, I feel like it's dead on arrival in PvP. But even so, you could stop at least one person flying at you really high, stop them dead in their tracks. They could cleanse it with like a good engineering team or something, right? They could cleanse it, but at least it stops them for just a second. It could stop them for just a second. And the auxiliary portion is the main highlight of that, because there's nearly nothing you need to do to stop enemies using auxiliary in PvE, but in PvP your stealth and your science abilities and everything else is tied to your auxiliary power. So then it started really kind of resonating with me, and I was like, oh, this is more or less a PvP console and trait. And it's really weird that they would do that, because as everybody knows, PvP is in a very, very dead state right now. So I just thought, kind of wondering. I'm kind of wondering if they're using this ship as an experimental, you know, run. Because the PvPers, I've said this before, PvPers in Star Trek Online spend more money than PvEers do. And this is statistically true. They do, because they have to buy like every single trait off every single ship. They have to mix and match stuff depending on their build. Whereas PvE, you can just grab the meta stuff and stick with it for about 5-6 years on end. PvP is ever changing, and your enemy is ever changing. So you just don't know really what to slot. So PvPers spend a lot more money on this game, which is wild to me that they've really ignored the PvP community on here. That being said, I think this might be a step towards them going, okay, we know that PvP is kind of broken right now. Maybe we can start seeing if some of this stuff is effective in PvP, and if it works in PvP, maybe we might have a soft counteract to some of the problems in PvP. I don't know if it's going to be a full-on. Again, I don't see it working all that great in PvP, just because I know how PvP works and there's so many cleanses. But it could be a small step in the right direction. So yeah, you do ground, never space, but seriously have PvP since Counter-Strike beta release played out. Yeah, so that's the thing, is like space PvP used to be really so good. It really did on here. In fact, the early days of this game, and we talk about it all the time, right? Like, it was the best times to PvP. It really was. Before they started introducing, like, all these universal consoles and all these ways to basically kill off PvP, which is really weird to me that they did that. Do you know how many traits in this game mean nothing for PvE but are absolutely PvP focused? I could pull up a handful of traits in here right now, and you guys would sit there and go, well, that trait's worthless. It is on the PvE front, but it's absolutely powerful on the PvP front because of, you know, it works in certain scenarios. And it's really weird that Cryptic did that and then like killed off their PvP because they just kept adding more power creep stuff. So it's really heartbreaking to see that, because I'm like, damn, like that was actually a fun aspect of this game. And I love the PvE stuff, don't get me wrong, but I feel like sometimes, and this is just my opinion as a player of Star Trek Online, sometimes you can only do PvE content so much and before you feel like you've done it all. Whereas PvP to me is more fresh than anything, because you find new interesting ways to build and counter players and learn that skill before the pay to win aspect comes into play. But like skill and everything on this game, piloting, knowing when to time your universals and your clickies and all that stuff, like you learn a lot more about the aspect of the game versus spamming spacebar. Like, that's the honest truth. And it kind of bites, because they hurt their own game. They hurt it. And I'm hoping now that the devs have it back and everything, as far as Cryptic is concerned, they have it back. I hope they give the PvP community the much needed love it deserves. Because you don't ever want to shut out a player base in the first place. Even if only like 20 people enjoy it right now, you still don't want to ignore those 20 people. they're a big part of your game, and they're probably a reason why you get some of your sales that you do, for sure. So you don't ever want to ignore them. You know, you don't want to ignore. I feel like a game should never ignore any kind of community, like your role players, your diehards on here, your PvEers, your elite players. Like, you don't want to ignore them because they're helping fund your game in whatever aspect that makes sense for them. You know, role players, they'll buy every single cosmetic out there, right? Because they want their character to look good and play good. Well, not necessarily play good, just look good. So yeah, PvP is the only way for limited content to have replay value, but Cryptid abandoned effectively every mechanic for the new shit. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's the thing that I find very odd that they did that. Because, like, oh, hey, we died. Oh, crap. Well, I don't really have anything tonight, but we do have. Actually, did I update my? Did I update this? I didn't. It's still the same from week 5, but I did die. Y'all can vote on it. I actually did update it. I haven't updated on Streamlabs. Anyways, yeah, like I said, it's really weird that they would just kind of ignore the one community that would bring them in a lot of revenue. I knew guys on both the PC and console side of PvP that would easily spend a buttload of money on here, month after month, right? Like, it wasn't, and that's why I said, like, you don't want to ignore any aspect of it, because, like, even your role players and your meta chasers and stuff. I feel like meta chasers, and I mean like actual hardcore meta chasers, not somebody who just knows how to build the meta or whatever. But I'm talking about like your hardcore, like Spencer and them, right? Spencer, Stu, Nick, all these guys, right? They're the hardcore meta chasers. They're bringing in revenue to the game because they're going after that trait, that console, that, you know, specific bridge layout or something. So you don't want to ignore them, right? You don't want to ignore them because that's money in your pocket. And the same thing comes with the RPers, right? You don't want to ignore them because they're buying the cosmetics. You don't want to ignore your PvPers because they're buying the traits and everything. So if you ignore any bit of your player base in this game, you're hurting your own pocket at that point. And I feel like that's something that Cryptic should not do, especially now that I know from the standpoint of them reoccurring their own game, right? They've gone through that Deca transition. Now they got their game back. If they want to capitalize on their game and make it last at least another, best case scenario, we get 10 years out of this, right? We make it to STO's 26th anniversary. Worst case scenario, we get 4 more years out of this and the game ends on the 20th anniversary, which would suck. That would suck. I don't want that whatsoever. But what I'm saying is, if they want to kill their game, that's how you do it. You ignore your player base. Now, I don't think they're going to do that. They seem to be listening. I want to give Cryptic that you know, as much as it's easy to critique them and give them hell about stuff, I also want to give them that praise as well, where they're doing well. And I think this year, so far, 2026, they've been showing us like they're listening. They're listening. I'm not saying they're hitting every single thing we're asking for them, but they are listening and they are showing it. I think they have the right drive as far as like, okay, we're going to do this and we're going to make this game that much better. And hopefully they don't pull a Bungie scenario, which I've been adamantly following this whole Bungie situation, man. It's been wild. Oh, yeah. We might as well get our dilithium that we transferred over, right? Okay, so yeah, just look at this. Bob is already at 168,000 dilithium. And I just put out the video on Saturday, and I think he was at 132,000 or something. So that being said, we're going to get to the point where we can get this 500 EC unlock. What is it for? Is it 500? Lots and services. Yes, 500. So that we got to get to 250,000. We're only 90,000 away. So we can lock that in by the time I say, let's see, if we're already gaining, let's see, 16,000 a day, so we're gaining 16,000 a day between two characters, and we're gonna get more with Delta recruits, right? We're gonna get more characters. So if we're doing 16,000 a day, I'm trying to map this in my head real quick. We can do this in 7 days, in 1 week. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. 7 days. So in 1 week we'll get, well, okay, in 1 week we'll have enough to put up for 500 Zen. That doesn't mean we're going to get it in 1 week. That means in 1 week we'll put up the numbers, and it's going to sit there for the next little while. But we're still going to make 3 Delta recruits. That's going to happen. It doesn't matter. But I think we might actually get the dilithium before that point. So but was that left over from Deca? So that's a very good question. Any company that's putting their stuff out there for the public, they're not going to put all their cards on the table, especially like background transitions or transactions, I should say, or transitions. I guess both make sense. They're not going to put all that out there for the public, only because there's a lot of stuff that they can't legally say, right? And so I understand that. So it is a good question to ask there, Don Brook, is like, how much of it is actually not, like, how much of this stuff was started with Deca, and how much of it was left over from Deca, and then how much of it is actually cryptic right now? Because was all this stuff in the pipeline and they were making these plans with Deca, or is this all the stuff that they just said, like, okay, now that we got our game back, this is the direction we're going? So who knows? I mean, that's a very, very reasonable question to ask. And I don't know. I don't have the answer to that one. I'd like to know. I just, like I said, I know that they can't, like, legally put all their cards on the table and say, okay, guys, this is exactly what happened, because then it could create some legal issues. So there's a strong chance there will be sales very soon into the event. Yeah, that's true. If there is sales, I mean, here's the thing. They could do slots and services sales. They could put stuff on sale in here. My thing is if we have to list we would technically have to list the dilithium now and get what we could out of it, and hopefully with the dilithium sinks coming around the corner, we could get that Zen that much quicker. And we could list all this in. We could do that right now, just in case that the sale comes up, and then we can do that. Because even let's see, if we were to do this, we know it's at 500 right now, right? So we know that. If we were to list what we have with Bob just right now, 168,457, that's still 336 Zen. I could absolutely put this up here, and we could just let it sit, and I can put the rest of it up there whenever. So there's a possibility that we could get it early. So let's just drop this right now. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Because either we're going to get it before the Zen sale or before anything comes on sale, right? Like, we might get it then. And if not, at least we get 336 in our pocket at some point, right? And then we'll just take the rest of the Zen when we get it. So that means we only need 164. We need 164 more Zen for the 500 EC cap. So we'll just go ahead and list that right now. And it's fine. Like I said, it's not going to matter. If we get it before everything could potentially go on sale, great. And if not, whatever. Because they do a lot of sales during the summer event. They do. This is also that time of year. I want you all to keep in mind, this is a possibility. It's a possibility. Doesn't mean it's going to be a for sure thing. But this is usually the time of year they also do sales on lifetime subscriptions if you don't have it on your accounts. I will advise console players that, remember, if you are getting the lifetime subscription, you are not going to get the monthly stipend. It's never been a thing. It probably never will be a thing. Who knows? But if you don't have it on the PC side of things, usually this is a time of year, usually around their summer event, sometime between their summer event and end of summer event, they do a lifetime sale. And it's been consistent for the last couple of years. So I think it drops from like 300 to like 150 or something. So keep that in mind. It's a possibility if you don't have it. They do a bunch of stuff over the summer though. And then we're, of course, like I said, check your promotions tab every day, right? So today was the ultimate tech upgrade. I gotta squeeze that down just a little bit. but make sure you check it every single day on no matter what platform you're playing on. You're going to get something, as far as we know. Kel kind of worded the post a little weird. I don't know if that's intentional or not, because at first he said like every day, every other day kind of scenario, and now it's been every day. So I'm assuming it's every day. And we don't know exactly for how long. It just says throughout the summer event. So it could, I'm assuming it's going to go all the way till the end of the summer event. But I feel like there might be a point where they're running out of stuff to like give away for free, that they're going to be like, maybe we will go every other day, right? Because the summer event's a month-long event. Like they could give away 30 items for free. I'd be okay with that. I'd be happy about that. You know, they might give away some R&D packs or something. They might give away, there's a possibility they might do their annual, like, here's a T6 coupon or so, right? Like that generally happens during these events. It's possible Bob could get a T6 ship out of this. What else do they usually give away? They'll give away, usually it's like cosmetic stuff. Sometimes they've given away keys in the past. Like they'll give away like a 5-pack of keys or something. Thought it might be XP pool cheese throughout, might even get surprised. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We don't know for sure what they're going to put in their promo tab. Like that is very true. It's not a guarantee what you get inside the promo tabs. It's always, you know, they do shake it up here and there, but I'm just trying to think of like the overall stuff that they tend to throw in the past. Usually at some point you'll see a T6 coupon, you'll see an ultimate tech upgrade, you'll see an XP booster, you might see a duty officer pack or something to that effect. Yeah, captain tokens of varying sorts, exactly, R&D packs. So these are things that you should be on the lookout for, but it's a possibility they could shake something up. You know, this is something that they're kind of throwing all in this year that's a little bit different than the last previous years. Not fully different, but it is a little bit different the way they're handling stuff this year. So I don't know exactly what we're getting, and maybe that's a good thing. I don't want to know exactly what we're getting. I'm okay with not knowing exactly what we're getting, but yeah. So we'll just kind of have to wait and see what comes about from it. So, damn, these keys are popping off tonight. I like it. Because we need to just like, I want to say if I get the warp core rolling and put just a little bit more marks into here, we don't really have to do a whole heck of a lot of mark farming, just because like we're gonna get that big influx tomorrow, right? The big influx from hitting tier 5 right here, so we'll get a bunch of marks. And we don't need any of the spore canisters because I'm gonna get more spore canisters, and I'll have enough between the shields, because we're gonna have the warp core tonight. So we'll have the shields and the console tomorrow. And that will round off this character for all the discovery pieces. Because we already have the dark matter quantum torpedo right here, right? So we already have that. And then the shield and the warp core will take care of these two. I'm only using the gamma warp core for Toward Galaxy. But like, that would actually round out my entire set. And Bob will, I mean, he'll be moving along. He's got his deflector impulse, he'll have his warp and shields, then he'll have Lorca's console for somewhere over here. That's the other thing too, right? We got to get an experimental ship upgrade token for Bob. Like, that's, I don't know if we're gonna get lucky and like they're gonna throw us a bone, or if we have to save up and buy one. It could be either one of those options, so we're gonna have to do that with Bob. Another thing I did want to talk about, and I kind of want to tread carefully with this subject, because first off, I don't want to call out anybody at all. Like, that's not what I do here. But what I do, yeah, we gotta get it upgraded. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you know what? We might go with a 3-piece for that. You know what? You're right. We might go with the 3-piece, but I gotta wait till tier 6 for the disruptor. Unless I somehow get twinkling lights on here, but since we're running disruptors, I'm gonna have to wait till tier 6 and discovery, just to get the dual disruptor bank. So yeah, we might do that, but it'll be a minute before we get that. So one thing I want to talk about, and this again is not to call out anybody whatsoever, it's just like something I want people to keep in mind, because I always encourage people to put themselves out there if you want to. And if you are, what I mean is, like, if you are doing content creation, Put yourself out there if you want to. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because I do tend to swing by a lot of people's channels throughout my downtime, especially like when I'm working from home during the day. I will put a random streamer in the background and watch them. And like I said, I'm not calling out names because that's not what we do here. But what I will call out is I will advise one thing, and one thing in particular is when you are streaming, if you are streaming to build an audience, it may be in your best interest as a streamer to not attack people in your stream, and not saying attack people in your stream as far as who's watching your stream. I'm talking about, perfect example, I was watching a stream yesterday. A bunch of people were doing elite TFO runs, and the entire time they were running the elite TFO runs, they were the only way I could put it quite simply is they were talking shit the entire time about the people that they were in these elite runs with. The reason I advise not to do that is because you kill off your potential viewer base at that point, and you alienate yourself from the community. You will sit there, and if you especially people are catching it, right, and they're watching the stream or whatever, you never know who's watching you, right? You never know who's watching you. And I mean, like, sure, you could pull up and see who your viewers are, but your videos also go on what they call viewer on the video on demand, right? So you have VODs, and anybody can go back and watch those VODs. So if you're in a TFO or something, and say somebody's underperforming in that TFO, it's probably best that if you are frustrated by that for whatever reason, to not vocalize that on your stream, because it kind of shows the character that you are. First off, I think has a lot to be said about that, but it also kind of alienates you, and you won't build your stream base at that point, because if you're attacking something negatively, it's not a space that a lot of people are going to enjoy being in. I'm not saying you have to be positive 24/7, and you're allowed to be frustrated about certain things, but I think if you're running with players on a game that is a social game, you should probably not run a mouth about it. And the only reason that I'm putting that out there is because I know for a fact one person in particular that I watch stream also watches me stream, so I'm giving you the pointer right now. Please don't do that. Be frustrated, that's fine. Just watch how you come across. That's all I'm saying, because it's not pleasant to hear some of the things that you were saying, and then, like, yeah, you could hurt yourself as far as potential views and stuff. And I think you're a good content creator to a certain degree, but that's all I wanted to speak on. Yeah. You're competing with Endeavor Gaming as we speak. I like Endeavor Gaming, actually. I went by his stream yesterday. He's actually not who I'm talking about. We kind of saw that in real time with the augmented. Yeah, so that's a perfect example. And again, this is not me talking anything bad about like augmented dictator games. He was one of my favorite people to watch back when he was very consistent before he deleted all this stuff. But yes, that did happen a lot with him. And so I guess what I'm saying is, like, don't be that person. Like, if you're gonna stream a social gathering game, you don't know who you're watching, and embarrassment's the only way scrubs ever get motivation to improve. And listen, it could be, look, you could view that as the case, and it's possible, but at the same time, you also kind of show a side of you that is not the best side for the casual viewer to watch, right? Because nobody wants to come into a stream where they're kind of going off and saying, oh my god, these guys are a bunch of idiots and they're stupid and they shouldn't be inside this TFO and they're tanking it and blah blah blah. Like, nobody wants to watch that, to be honest. Like, it's okay to sit there and say, like, man, these guys probably shouldn't be in this TFO. We're having a rough time with it. But I think when you kind of dig deep into it and you're just kind of like shitting on them just because you're frustrated, there's a way to handle that. Right. And, like, yeah, you could definitely, like I said, to a certain extent, you can definitely call out the fact that, like, they probably shouldn't be in there. But I just think the way you handle it is a different thing. Tyler Toxic positivity is also a thing, contributes to dead internet conundrum, to be sure. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. It's like you can definitely voice like your frustration and stuff, and I don't ever want to take that away from somebody. But also, you know, and I don't want you to be like positive 24/7 to the extent of like being fake about it. But I just think like there's a certain way to handle like certain things, right? There's just a certain way to handle certain things, because if you call out certain people, you're going to effectively kill your own audience at that point, is all I'm saying. I mean, sure, no one should be swearing or being total bums about it, but you know. yeah, you know, here we are. I mean, again, like Bob has gone into elite TFOs that he shouldn't have been in, right? And like the way I view it is like, I know that I shouldn't have been in them, so I just like definitely call that out in the first place. But like, I guess if I was viewing somebody's stream and I went in there for the simple fact that I went in there just because like I just wanted to see where Bob was at, and I know that there's like so much heavy DPS in this game that like TFOs can be completed by, you know, 2 or 3 people, I think I would be like, wow, you know, like you didn't really have to call me out to that extent, like, you know what I mean? Yeah, decorum, exactly. Decorum is a thing, absolutely. You know, just the way like you present yourself is definitely a thing. And again, like, genuinely be who you are 100%. Just be careful of who's watching your streams, because you just never know. You never know who's going to see something and never want to come back and watch that stream because of the fact that you just came across as this very I hate the word toxic. I think it's kind of a loses its meaning, but we're just going to say toxic because I don't know another word for it. But yeah, if you come across that way, and you might not be a toxic person, that's the thing, right? You might not be a toxic person at all. You might be a genuinely good person. You might be just having a bad day, and people are allowed to have bad days. But like your first impression on a new viewer is almost like everything at that point, right? So if they come in at that time and they just start seeing you, and I'm not perfect by any means. Like I say stupid stuff all the time, 100%. But I generally try to keep a positive outlook on things, right? And I try to call out things that are more or less fun than try and put a downing dapper look on stuff. So that's all it is. But yeah, I mean, and that, you know what the problem is too, and this is the other thing too, you gotta remember, there's nothing in this game whatsoever that guides a player to where they should be, right? Like there's nothing in here, and that's a kind of bad thing about it. It's a double-edged sword when you think about it, right? So like a new player isn't going to know that they should or shouldn't be in an elite TFO 1, because like there's nothing that tells them that they should or shouldn't do it, other than the fact that the content is harder, right? You read, okay, let me make this an example here. We know that there's 3 different tiers, right? Normal, advanced, and elite. But there's nothing that tells you anything that says like, hey, you probably shouldn't go into this content because your build is not quite there yet. There's nothing in this game that guides anything in that aspect, right? So you got to keep that in mind, is when you're jumping into like a random TFO, you run across the risk of somebody just not knowing. And yes, there are combat parsers available, but again, if you don't even know or don't want to run a combat parser, I'm not saying that you should, I'm just saying, if you don't even know about it or know how to obtain it, you're not going to know that your build is performing in a certain way whatsoever. So you don't even know if you're doing the amount of DPS you should, quote unquote, be doing for these things, right? So it just kind of sucks that there's nothing that tells you this. I find that excuse to be lacking in the current era, though. We all know there's YouTube, there's wikis, there's research out in the game. Once you get into it, you should be looking things up. Well, yes and no, because while there is, you know, a certain degree of, like you said, yes, there is all this YouTube and wikis and stuff out there. A lot of resources should be available in game to begin with, which is kind of one of my biggest complaints about this, right? Yeah, exactly. Jericho lays out a good point. In World of Warcraft, they have like gear scores and stuff that limit you from doing certain content. It's just like something that would be an easy fix for STO for the most part, and it doesn't exist in here. And not just for STO, there's research. Yeah, but okay. So when you fire up a new game, let me ask you this: when you all fire up a new game, is your first instinct to go to YouTube or to go to a wiki, or is it to play the game? Like honestly, tell me the honest truth. Do you guys? Is your first instinct when you fire up a game whether you're playing for the first time, you're playing for the first week or something, do you immediately go to YouTube or to Wikipedia or whatever, like whatever you're looking for about the game, or is that something that comes over time? I'm just saying, does it come over time, or is it something that you do immediately? Because like for me, I know for me, I like to experience a game for what it is, usually like throughout the story or something to that effect before I start looking up things, right? And the only time I guess I would ever look up things, like the only time I would ever look up things for myself is kind of like, I don't know how to beat this scenario because I'm fresh to this game and blah blah blah, and then like I would see if there's like a walkthrough of it, right? But like as far as the game's mechanics available to me in the game, I typically like to see like what I can do with what the game tells me what to do before I start looking up stuff, I guess. I play alone for a while, then I go and get resources. Yeah, so that's what I mean. It's like I do the same exact thing. So this is what I'm getting at. Is like I feel like a lot of players, when they hit level 65 on here, their first instinct is to see what the quote-unquote end game is about for this. And yes, we all know end game is Space Barbie, right? And I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is though the end game as far as like what is there to do at 65? Okay, let's go jump into TFOs and stuff, right? So they go and oh my goodness. So they go and they queue up for a TFO, and maybe that first TFO for them was really easy because they got into a normal and they got queued up with some people that could just flatten normal. So they were like, wow, that was fast. Like we did a normal queue and we knocked it out that quick. Like, hell yeah, I'm gonna go queue up for advanced now. They do the same thing. They go jump into an advanced, they get carried through. They don't know that they got carried through, and then they just hell yeah, I got carried through on this one, so like I'm gonna queue up elite now. All of a sudden their elite game is one of two ways. Either you're running in with players that are established on here and they have the builds and everything and they're knocking it out, and you're getting carried and you're like, this is great, I can keep doing elites all day long. Why would I do normal? I'm getting more rewards, blah blah blah. Or oh my god, Bob, what are you doing tonight? Anyways, or the other option is that they go, oh, wait a second, this is going really slow. Why is this going so slow? I don't understand. There's nothing in the game that tells me otherwise, right? So it's a double-edged sword in that aspect, and I feel like that comes down to lack of understanding the game's layout because of the fact that the devs haven't put anything in the game for that, right? There is no shutout entry. There's no entry that says, hey, you can't do this content at this point. And there's no incentive for players to sit there and say, oh, I should go look this up on YouTube, because really, I mean, like, you start looking up stuff when you don't understand how stuff works, but if it's right in front of your face, you're more than likely not going to look it up. You're just not going to. I mean, it's just how it works, you know? So I think it's kind of a two-prong attack on that one. Sometimes I watch other people play a game for many hours before I even buy it, and then I'm able to play at moderate level to avoid early game problems. I mean, yeah, again, like, it just depends on how you tackle something. But, you know, I guess what I'm saying is not everybody is going to have the same outlook, right? Like, we're all established players that are here in chat right now to a certain degree. Like, we've all been playing for a little bit, so we know, like, okay, yeah, we can do this. We know to stay out of elite TFOs if we're not able to be geared for it or do the DPS for it. And we know, like, at the same time, we don't want to be a detriment to other players and whatnot. But, like, I guess, like, one of the biggest concerns I have is, like, when players get to a certain point in this game, and that's usually after they played a story for a little bit, there's nothing that guides them. And I think that's something that needs to be implemented in here, almost like a secondary tutorial to a certain degree, right? Because you do your initial tutorial of the game where it's like, you know, hit this button to pick up this and talk to your bridge officers, and then, you know, training these skills right here, blah blah blah. Okay, you get that initial tutorial, right? So you get your initial walkthrough of things. When you're done with that initial tutorial, the game just kind of like every so often will sprinkle something in that's brand new, like at a level 11. I think it is a level 11 or level 12 when you get to duty officers, and it's like, okay, here's the duty officer system. Give this a go. I did a random. I did do a random. Anyways, so here's the duty officer system. Okay, slot this up for duty officers. Oh, okay, cool. This is a new part of the game. I'm going to do that. So the game starts to guide you. and then it stops. And then it just stops guiding you at that point, because it's just like, okay, here's all the systems in place. We're not going to explain any of the queue system. We're not going to explain the PvP system. We're just going to tell you that you can queue up for them, and all you have to do is click on a queue and go join that queue, and this is how you get marks, because that part is explained, but it doesn't tell you, hey, the difficulty scales immensely to a point of like, you're going to need better gear, or you're going to need, like I said, like a gear score system in this game. And because it doesn't do that, a lot of new players, or a lot of players that are just like joining STO or joining queues for the first time, go in and they get a crash course one way or another. And you all seen it. I've seen it. You know what it is. That crash course is one of two things. Either they think it's fine because they're getting carried through and they have no clue otherwise, or they get brutally reamed because they joined at a point that they quote unquote shouldn't be joining, and it puts a negative taste in their mouth because they get yelled at, they get called whatever, right? XYZ. And I'm not saying anything about, hey, look, you should have a thick skin or anything. Like, I'll take my licks, I don't care. But some people might get that message from somebody that's like, hey, stay the hell out of elite TFOs. You're not doing the right amount of DPS. You should get out of here, right? And when they get that message, not only are they turned off from ever wanting to queue that content again, but they may actually look at the game as a whole and be like, God, this player base is very elitist and very snooty. I don't think I want to play this game anymore. And you could be potentially pushing somebody out of the game. In fact, we have done that and seen that happen multiple times throughout STO's like history, especially in like PvP. That's another thing that's happened a lot, but that's not here nor there. That's a different story, but it does happen. And so I just think like a little bit of decorum goes a long ways. It really does. I'm not saying, be their best friend. I'm not saying like be super nice towards them. Just a little bit of how you present yourself can make or break a player's experience. And I think that's the important thing is to keep that in mind. So just getting to 350 endeavors, have neglected alts, doing elite patrols, no problem. Yes, that's very true. You gotta watch out for those neckbeards in Mom's basement. Hey, I'm technically a neckbeard, okay? Like a little bit, but I'm not in Mom's basement. This is my own place, so. I noticed on the red alerts that I found it really difficult to get a queue that wasn't Borg. I figured most people just quickly click the top one to get over. Well, so here's the funny thing about that. It's mostly because if you click join right here, I think this one automatically puts you into the Borg queue. I could be wrong. Let me see if it does. Let me see. Join. Where does it put me at? Special event. Yeah, it automatically puts you into the Borg one. That's exactly it. I was right. So that's exactly why it does that, Jericho, is why. Because if you go to the event tab and you hit this, it only puts you in red alert Borg. It does not put you in the other ones, which is weird. It should. But yeah, we'll do this one real quick, just because we're here. So that's exactly why you always get the Borg one. Is unless they're specifically queuing it. Yeah, if you click this event tab, it's only going to put you into the Borg one. And so unless they're specifically queuing the Elachi or the Tholian or whatever, like, yeah, you're kind of stuck with that. That's why this one pops so much. Because then if you sit there and you click this box to queue all of these during the special event, you're going to get whatever the majority of them are in there, right? So I would, if you are looking to do it, yeah. Ponderman, what's going on, buddy? How are you? Good to see you. Just spent the past 4 hours grinding my new Klingon recruit for 1 to 65. Nice, very nice. Server performance could be sketched on Tholian version for me. My connection is data only though. That's fair too. Yeah. Well, the thing is too is like Tholian 1 technically is faster, especially with like high end DPS players. They can go in and kill the whole map. They can go and kill the whole map, and like you could actually load into a Tholian red alert, and by the time you're done loading, it can be over, and you will still get credit for it, which is weird. I actually am impressed that they allow people to go through and blow it up, and you still get credit for it. But it can happen that way. But yes, Tholian is a little odd. Easy fix: 1 tier 5 rep for random advanced and 1 T6 rep for random elites. That could definitely, be a minor fix on that for sure, Eric. Like that anything that could basically guide a newer player into where they're supposed to be, I welcome it. I just think they need to do something, because I feel like a lot of players' experiences, and not everybody's going to be as like thick-skinned as us, who like, hey, you know, Spicy, you're not doing enough DPS, knock your shit off. And I'm going to be like, oh, you know what, you're right, I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't be in there, my bad, right? Like, I'm good with that stuff. But there are people out there that might not take the way that you word something as well as I can, right? Or as well as anybody else could, for that matter. They might take it and be like, God, you're such a dick. Like, I don't want to play this game with you anymore. So I just, like I said, a lot of it comes down to, I think Cryptic needs to do something. And I think we as more or less established players can also kind of help bridge that gap a little bit. So, I didn't even notice that, really. I just look at the first and tried to do Lachio. Yeah, so that's why I said, if you, so I typically, when I queue something, I do, you know, especially if I'm looking to do something like this. But if it's more often than not, I go to the event tab and I just hit join. And like I said, it only queues, I mean, we can watch it one more time here in real time. It only queues the Red Alert Borg. That's it. Nothing else is queued right here. No other ones are there. So whatever one, and that's why it just pops up that way. And it sucks. We don't really need it, so we're not going to do it again. But yeah, that's why you're getting it so much. I don't know why they didn't make it to where all of them queue. I'm trying to think if this is the only one that does that, because I remember, I'm trying to think of the last event that we just did here on PC. I guess I could look at the event tab, right? So Crystalline was only one thing. Good Day to Die, we didn't do it with Bob, but we did it on our main account. I'm trying to think what TFOs were on A Good Day to Die. I'm just trying to think of if the reason I'm asking is because if by default we went to the event tab and then we hit Q, did we hey, it's Slimo, if I remember correctly. Good to see you again, Slimo. How are you? Thanks for the raid, appreciate you. Welcome. What were you up to? I guess it's Slimo. That's Slimo. Yeah, that's it. Like I said, I'm terrible with pronouncing names. I do remember exactly who you are. I appreciate you rating us, and welcome back. What were you up to? Were you playing STO as well? And if so, what were you doing over there? And if not, what were you playing, rather? Yeah, I'm terrible with names. I'm the worst with names. And that's the thing. Here's the thing. It's kind of like my identity, and I've just learned to own it over here on this channel, is I'm bad at pronouncing stuff, and I just lean into it. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with saying I'm terrible at pronouncing stuff. I've never been as well as I can speak, and I can talk y'all's ear off, and I can talk for hours on end. Pronunciation with like certain words, names, and stuff like that, I'm just terrible with. And it's like, that would be the one thing you would think I would be good at, because I talk so damn much, but it's not. It's not the case. Yes, you were playing STO. Nice. Okay. One of my personal favorites is players in the jellyfish trying to bark orders to the rest. Yeah, the jellyfish players are great, where they just sit there and they flip their ship and they just electrocute everything. Okay, you guys go here, you go do this. It's like, wait a second, you're just sitting in one spot. What are you doing? I was going through the episodes with your temporal recruit. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Slimo, I don't know. Did you tell me? You might have told me last week, and this I don't honestly remember just yet, because we are getting to know you and everything, and we appreciate you being here. But did you tell me? Did you play on PC or did you play on console? I just want to know which route you're going with your gameplay, or do you play both? Because I'm very curious. You play on PC? Okay. So you play on PC? Awesome. Yeah. So you said you're running through the episodes. Were you just going through the episodes as far as getting the little temporal like transceiver things in the missions, or are you just doing the missions to actually get completed through whatever? I can't think of the stuff I'm trying to think of right now, because I'm not on a recruit character. But yeah, your PC since beta, very nice. Yeah, that's the only thing I do kind of wish I would have gotten in here during like the beta and the early subscription of the game. You know, like I said, I started 14 years ago, so I'm off by 2 years of this game's actual like release. But you know, still starting in 2012, there was a lot going on with this game. All right, so and a lot different. But yeah, I kind of looking back, wish I did start with the beta because I was very curious to know how the original game launched and released, and I did get through a couple changes before they went to the free-to-play version. So, but I heard it was pretty rocky. I mean, we've all experienced rockiness throughout this game development now, right? But like, I heard it was really, really rocky back then. Okay, so we do have enough marks. Let's get our warp core out of the way. So we got the warp core tonight. That's good. So that takes care of this. We don't have to worry about that. Then we just got to get the shields tomorrow. Then we got to get, let me see. So this hits tier 5 tomorrow. Discovery's tier 5. We get the shields. We get Lorca's tomorrow. We start Risa tomorrow. We get, let me see. What else do we get going on tomorrow? Possibly the Gomtuu tomorrow. We'll see. It's not 100% certain yet. I just don't know if they've, I don't know if they've released how much it's going to be in dilithium. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm in limbo as far as that. I keep missing the mini changes since release. Yeah, I like the UI way better in beta. It was way more fun. See, and that's the thing. I heard and I've seen screenshots and I've seen videos of like the old beta release and how like this ship icon right here used to be actually bigger. But this is like one of the staple things they kept since the game's release was this ship icon. But it was like it also had a little bit more like transparency, if I remember correctly. It wasn't just this like full green right here where my mouse is at the bottom. I could be wrong, but I think I saw screenshots where it was like it was a lot bigger. So I was at first. We didn't have first person shooter mode, so ground combat was sorry. Yeah, I do. So that was even the case. So I came in right as the free-to-play transition began, but I still had about 6 months of subscription time. So I did get a 6-month like window of paying $15 a month. But I came in right before they transitioned fully over to Perfect World from Atari. So that was a very odd time. I believe the head guy said many, many millions. Yes, yeah, that's what I said. Just all depends on how many is many, many millions. This is really what it comes down to. There was another bar beneath it for crew mount. That's right, there was a bar. Actually, that carried on though, right? When we used to talk about the crew, or no, they moved the crew thing at some point. It used to be under here in your stats window back when you could kill your crew off and everything, choke out their life support. That was a thing on here. But I think they kept that in the original build for a little bit as far as the crew being there. But I could be wrong because I remember that was a big thing. You had to keep your crew alive in order for certain systems to work and whatnot. Sorry, I got to run and raid, but I will lurk. Hey, Slime, I appreciate you being here. No problems whatsoever. Yeah, lurk about. I get it. You just streamed. Go stretch your legs, get you some food, water, whatever you got to do. Take the evening to yourself. Okay, let's see. So we got that going. And I think it's already done. Yeah, it's already done. Nice. All right. Now the question is, I have 2 upgrade tokens. I really do have 2 upgrade tokens, 2 universal upgrade tokens. If we had a pick early on, because it's not going to matter, they're universal upgrade tokens. We can't go beyond Epic 15. So we got to pick 2 items. I have the other one right in here from the Borg event, right? So I have 2 items. Which 2 should we go ahead and upgrade that we don't have to worry about ever? Right? Like, which 2 of Bob's pieces should we upgrade? Should we do, like, the warp core and shields? Or should we do something else? Like, if you had to pick... All right, let's just go over what Bob has so far. Okay, this is what he's got so far. He's got Dark Matter Quantum Torpedo Launcher, Terran Task Force Disruptor, Beam Array. Don't worry about any of these other beams. These are all crafted. We'll eventually switch those out. He's got Colony, Deflector Dish, Competitive Engines. He just now got this for his actual set, right? This is just for the Galaxy, right? And then he's going to have Tilly's Shield. Then he has the Kinetic Cutting Beam Ray, right? And I think we probably will keep that. He's actually got the 2-piece right here with the simulated module, which we did actually boost up to Mark 15 with the 1 event reward with the free universal whatever upgrade. So we actually did do that. Then he's got a couple isomags that we bought off the exchange. So what would you guys say? You think Terran Beam Array? Terran Beam Array sounds like a good choice. Okay, Discovery Shield. Okay, so that sounds good. So then we'll use Terran Beam Array. They'll knock that one out, and then we'll do the Discovery Shield tomorrow. And I'll take care of those two right out the gate, right? Weapons and gear are the worst to upgrade. Consoles can be done with. Yeah, okay. I like that. I like that thinking a lot. Okay, so let's knock this one out because it's not going to matter. We can't go beyond that. So let's put this one in. And I think, oh, I got salvage. I don't really have dilithium right now because we have it listed. So it's fine. We'll worry about the rolls on it later. Because I'm gonna probably re-roll all that to damage times 4, I'd imagine. Crit D damage times 4. Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll all that. So there we go. That makes Bob's first epic piece to Terran Task Force Array. So yeah. Yeah, even competitive engine and stuff like this stuff would be good. Now, I'm not going to really worry about the colony deflector because it's already ultra rare. I can just put a couple Phoenix tokens in there and kick that over to ultra or to it's already epic, to epic. I can speak, guys. It's Monday. So yeah, let's do Tilly's tomorrow. We'll do Tilly's when we get that tomorrow, and that will knock those two out. Nashara, what's going on? And Kyle. Okay, yeah. I so either competitive engines I think would be great too. But I think the shield might be a little bit more better to do. I think. Let me mark this as protected so we don't get rid of that because we do have. This is our entire Tour de Galaxy setup up here, except for this Soul Defense deflector array. That's not part of it, but we do have our Omega Force Hyperpulse engines, the Gamma Warp Core, and our Polar Modulator. So when we do Tour de Galaxy, we can kind of fly through it a little bit quicker. So we'll leave all that in there. Yeah, Tilly Tuesday. I like that. That actually works really well. Tilly Tuesday. Tomorrow is Tilly Tuesday. It could be taken a multiple number of ways, but tomorrow's Tilly Tuesday, so Ryzen Tilly Tuesday tomorrow. All right, so I'm happy with that. What are we at in marks right now? Let's see if maybe we'll run 1 or 2 more discovery type of deals, or maybe just random TFOs and get the discovery boxes, because we got to have enough for tomorrow for Tilly's shield and Lorca's console, and that's 1,250. And then we of course have to slot discovery again tomorrow. So we have enough for Gamma. So let's just run like 1 more on here, and then I don't know. We'll kind of debate where we go from there. Omega upgrades come in handy on account-bound weapons. Are to gilded on the cheap. Yeah, yeah, that's very true too. Yeah, that's why I said like I think we're gonna eventually replace. I don't know which disruptor weapon. I mean, obviously we have this Terran Task Force. I want to put the Discovery 2-piece on, or I guess 3-piece for weapons, right? So we'll get the Discovery disruptor right here. I really don't know what I'm going to do with these two. I have no clue. And honestly, in the back here, I really still don't know what we're going to do. These are the stuff that we bought off the exchange early on. So I'm kind of open to like disruptor ideas, like whether we get like Nausicaan disruptors or something to that effect. I'm going to send you a friend request. Okay. Wait, don't I already have you on here, Don Brook? Oh, I guess not. Wait, is this you? Maybe this is you? What? I'm so confused. What did I just accept? Wait a second. I swear I just... Didn't I just accept somebody's friend request right now? Like literally right this second? Was that not you, Don Brook? If we could get our hands on Twinkling Lights, yes, I would like to. It's just that it's expensive, but it's not impossible. It's not outside the realm of it at all. And if we did get Twinkling Lights, then I could actually slot the phaser right here, and then we can put other weapon types on here. It wouldn't matter. That's really the only conundrum I have on this, right? And that's kind of what I'm thinking as far as like, where do we go as far as I'm reading what you said there, Kyle. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. No, it's true. The having that 10% increase in recharge speed for bridge officers, is that inherent already though? It is. Yeah. Okay. So everything else is already inherent. I don't know. We'll wait it out tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. The House Martok 2-piece set is pretty nice, and the one you get from the Iconian arc is also good. Okay. It shouldn't take you too long to get 1,000 favors. You work with the Flying Highs and Horgan Hunts. Yeah, I think we're gonna spam the hell out of Flying Highs because that's like the easier of them. We're gonna do it on multiple characters, which is only 2 on this account. Now the main account, I haven't decided if we're gonna stream too much on there, other than like if we get the Gomtuu early, but we'll see. I might be doing a lot of the events prior to streaming. I don't know yet. We'll see. But on the main account, I've already got like 20,000 favors saved up that I'm just gonna buy most everything out anyway, so it doesn't. Could likely sell off to trade for earmuffs, but you likely need summer stuff too. Well, the thing is, Bob's the only one that needs stuff, right? That's what it comes down to. Bob here being our free-to-play account, he's the only one that's going to need anything from the summer event. It's really going to be a matter of what we want to put on Bob for the summer event. We do have, so Ponderman, I mean, we have the kinetic cutting beam, so we don't have an actual set Omni. So we can run an Omni next to the kinetic cutting beam because it doesn't count. So we can definitely do that. I think, what are the stats of the House Martok 2-piece? And what mission does that come from? I gotta remember which episode that is. Is it Klingon Civil? No. Is it Klingon Civil War? It might not be Klingon Civil War. It might be... Damn. Potterman, let me know where that 2-piece comes from. I'm not gonna remember all the episodes rewards off the top of my head unless they're like consistent rewards that you pick up. But I kind of want to see. Maybe we could possibly look into grabbing those. It's brush fire. Okay. Do we even have access to brush fire? We should. I can't remember which arcs are what, man. You know what the bad thing is about having like so many different accounts is like remembering where is what. It's New Frontiers. I knew it was like somewhere around here. There we go. Brush fire. Let me see. Republic intelligence has learned that House Martok disruptor beam array is alive. Quite a revelation. Okay, so it's kind of like everyone thought he was killed in a duel with the current chancellor. I like that. -10 all damage. I mean, I don't really go much for the proc rates, but I'm kind of what does Precision Instruments give? Would donate. Technically, that would be breaking the rules. Technically, it would be because like he does have to obtain it in game, like he does. Or I could like quote unquote ask for it in zone chat, and it wouldn't be breaking the rules of it. But at the same time, I don't want to be dishonest, so yeah. I mean, again, getting the EC portion is not going to be that hard to do. I think Twinkling Lights is, what, 40 million EC? We actually have, like, 30 million EC right now between him, the Jim Hadar, and then what's in the account bank. So I actually have, like, 30 million EC. I just kind of cut the EC gain right now while I wait for the EC cap to unlock. So it's not like we can't make the EC. I'm not really too concerned about that. If I could save money, that would be great. I'm just saying I think the way we established it would be okay. Okay, so we get the console right now, which that gives flight turn rate, maximum hit points, shield power, engine power, shield capacity. Okay. I don't want the transphasic torpedo. Mr. Morden, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Just do a homeless Bob GoFundMe stream. Yeah. Yeah. Send all your donations to Bob's inbox. I guess we could let's go take a look at this. Let's go see. I don't know why I closed that out. I want to go see if we'll do brush fire. Let's go see if we can somehow make this work. Transwork. Well, thank you for the follow there, Mr. Morton. Appreciate that. Welcome. You could go buy a stack of favors for less than the trait. That's very true. So I've actually thought about buying favors on here, but I was like, nah, because here's the deal. Favors to me aren't going to make or break Bob's experience. If I really wanted to, because most of the stuff is going to be cosmetic anyways, and I think the stuff that I want to earn for Bob is going to be like the tactical module kit or something to that effect, right? So if I really wanted to, I could just transfer favors from my main account over to here. I don't really mind. Brushfire is a bit long. It's okay. We're not really doing much of anything. We can run through this. We can do some brushfire and chat with y'all at the same time. We'll knock it out. It's not a big deal. But you know, I think most of the further along missions are a bit long, right? So, woohoo! Metreon gas. Let's go blow ourselves up too while we're in the process, because you know that's a thing. I'm debating on whether or not we get Bob like the 4-piece Ryzen kit, because he does not have it on here at all. Like, he really does not. His ground kit is just like this tactical kit, and he's got some makeshift stuff. So it's possible that we could just grind all that stuff out and get his ground gear rolling. But I think if anything else we want on Bob, if it's cosmetic purposes, I don't see a problem with like transferring over to favors, just because like I have so many extra ones that I'm probably not going to use. Are down to 16 million from 24 a week ago. Yeah. 4 tunes with fast floaters earn a lot of favors. Also makes you not want to do it ever again. Yeah, that's true. Well, that's why I said, like, I on my main account, I think 3 or 4 of them have the actual, like, the last like 150% speeders or whatever, like the faster ones, right? So unless the new one that's being released is just a cosmetic option, I don't really care for it. I just, you know, I want the speed or whatever. So I'm not too concerned about that one. Oh, is this that mission where you're acting like you're getting captured and then you're following the line of prisoners? Is this that mission? I remember the missions. Like, I know all the missions. I just don't remember which name is which. If this is that mission, I do like that one. It's kind of cool. And they're pushing you around and telling you to stay in line and stuff like that. If this is that mission, I like this one a lot, actually. This was actually a really well written story. Yeah, you know what? The stack of, well, here's the thing. I think the favors are going to go up tomorrow. I think what's happening, and I've noticed this trend for several years with all the events, right? The winter event, summer event, anything that has any kind of something tied to it, is usually it sinks real low, and then they buy up everything, and then they reset the price come tomorrow. So I'd imagine we're going to see those stacks of favors shoot up to about 30 million or so, because, you know, there's going to be players that A, aren't going to want to grind it, and B, like, they're going to have that fear of missing out. So, like, all the rich players are going to buy up all the stacks of favors and relist them. So either get them now while they're cheap and do that, or yeah, we'll just kind of see. I have one account with 6 superior flows and Ryzen triples at Rex the Horgan Hut. Nice. I think I have one with the Ryzen triple, just one character. I'll be honest, like, with the Risa Summer Event, I've done it so many times that I kind of just gotten bored with it, to the point where I did just, like, kind of like what you're all talking about. You just don't want to do it again. Like, I'm going to do it again, obviously, again, for content purposes, but, like, on the main account, I will just buy out whatever I don't want, because I get tired of it. I get so tired of it. It's not that I'm tired of it. It's just that it's very repetitive once you do it and you have a good time doing it. And then it's just like every year they haven't really added a whole heck of a lot to these events for the most part either, right? So it's kind of one of those situations. You get an accolade if you go off the path they have you walk. Oh, well, then we'll go get that for Bob. Yeah, I think I kind of remember this mission very vaguely. I remember this. Wait a second. Why do I have isoletic tears out here? Those aren't mine. That's theirs, right? That can't be mine. That's theirs. Okay. I was going to say, I shouldn't have isoletic tears because of the fact that I don't have the trait on this character, but I do on another character. I know what those look like. I'll buy stacks of 12 melons, sell them 6 months later, usually. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's like, buy them up now while they're flooding the market, and then, like, as soon as the whole fear of missing out situation comes around, you could make some pretty decent bank. I mean, you're gonna, you know, depending on what your EC grind is right now, you may or may not hurt a little bit, but yeah. Yeah, they need new ring routes and horde. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, once you do it, like, I mean, I think it's something that, yes, while they might once in a while sprinkle in like a little flavor, something here and there, right? Like the dance party, the routes and all that stuff, like that's been the same for several years now. Like like every so often they'll put something new into them, but not very often. And so like I just kind of buy out everything on the main account. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it anymore because of the fact that I've already done it. But we'll be doing it here on Bob because, you know, it's the thing to do. But I'm not going to run it on 2-3 different accounts that I don't need to. So I guess that's kind of the nice thing about it. Oh yeah, no, yeah, those tears are nasty. Like, they need tourist shops on Risa with different vacation clothes that you can buy with the faith. They need to do a lot. I think as far as the both the Winter Wonderland and Risa are concerned, I think they need to do a lot as far as in terms of updating stuff. You got like a lot of some of the, I mean, the outfits and stuff. That's great that they're adding those, and we all know everybody's gonna be running around in the British naval uniforms come tomorrow, right? So like, I'm excited for that. I'll definitely be rocking it. Oh, cool. We got no witnesses. I don't know. Defeat the planetary guard. All right. Anyway, so I guess we really didn't have to do that, but it worked. Yeah, the clothing changes out, but what I think they ought to do is, like you said, either, you know, update some of the vendors, change them out, put new stuff in there. Look, now's the time for gold press platinum to mean more so than anything, because like the fact that like we don't have a whole lot of cosmetic options when it comes to gold press platinum, and like other than like the hollow emitters and stuff that you put into your ships and like the few sunglasses that you can get, the cool sunglasses, I feel like gold press platinum would be perfect to put some extra like stuff in the stores for. You know, we have kind of a useless currency. We might as well put some use to it, and I feel like they could definitely do that. But yeah, that's the only thing I guess that changes, right? Is the clothing, and I got to remember to go find the last parrot this time. I don't even know if I've ever found any of the parrot. I mean, we'll be doing what we can on here for sure. You just watched it. I watched it the night that I put out the video about the summer event. I watched it that night. I was like, I think it was like last Tuesday night or something, or Wednesday night. Generations and First Contact, especially, are like my two comfort movies, right? One is going from the old to the new, and the other one is like the new. The Sovereign is just so great. I love it. But anyways, we've talked about that plenty of times over here. But yes, Generations is great. Yeah, this is the mission. I love this mission. It is a little bit slow and longer, yes, but I do love it for the fact that like you're getting bullied around. Make sure you walk the line and stuff. So we're gonna deter off the path a little bit. We'll get that accolade, right? Because he's gonna be like, follow us and all this stuff. This one is actually I like the way they wrote this mission. I do. 10 billion GPL for 10 Phoenix boxes. I mean, that could be an option for sure. I do feel like though gold price platinum is.
They are prepared to remind you of your place.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, I got reminded of my place. Wait, where's my accolade? Do I have to go through all the way through? Let me see. Do I not get it immediately? I know that you get one for sure. I just don't know if I get it immediately or not. You're not the boss of me. You're not my real mom. You can't tell me what to do. Wait, do we have to die? What happens if we die? I'm curious. What happens if we die? Do we get something if we die? Yeah, there it is. Rules exist for a reason. That's what it was. I knew it was something to that effect. It's been a long time since I've played this mission like all the way through. But that's it. You have to die. And then you come back immediately. And then you get rules exist for a reason. Martok is too good of a character, Klingon. Yeah, I agree. I think they did such a good job, like with the New Frontier arc and stuff. I mean, like there's a lot of well written stories in here, and there's some of them that just drag on and it's too much. But this one was I thoroughly enjoyed, especially like fighting the Zenkethi here at the end. You know, spoiler, I guess. This mission's been out for years, but yeah. Slips on that Latinum are basically worth less than pennies at this point. Yeah, that's very true. And it kind of bites that it is that way, right? Like, Let's see. We got 21,000. I don't think I've done a single thing as far as Latinum's. I think this is stuff that we've earned from like duty officer assignments and stuff. That's it. Like I don't know. Oh yeah, the one or two endeavors that says go play Davo. That's it. That's where I got the rest of them. I don't even bother to farm Latinum on this at all. Like there's no reason to, other than I guess I'm being yelled at because I'm not paying attention. Stop yelling at me. Oh yeah, back wall. Yeah, Ferengi Admiralty, yeah. That's the other one. So yeah, that's why I said, like, all this stuff for us has only been just like whatever's available in game at that time. But like I don't go out and actively farm Latinum. I don't really go out and farm a whole heck of a lot unless it's like immediately needed, or if I know that I'm building for something in the future, because of the fact that aside from Bob's account, I mean, I used to, and I could say this with, you know, a little bit of shame, but I'm okay with admitting it. I'm a little bit of a credit card warrior on here. Like sometimes, you know, that's how I prefer the game for me. And that's mainly because playtime, right? So sometimes if I don't want to farm it, I will buy it. You know, I'm no stranger to saying that. But yeah, you know, Bob's kind of made me a little bit more humble about this game for sure. He really has. I've learned a lot of going back and doing things the free-to-play route, knowing how much harder it is to do it versus just, oh, I can buy this. I don't need to farm this. I got a lot of respect for players that go free-to-play route. That's all I can say. On this game, the grind is real. It's real on this game. Y'all put in some, and some of y'all are putting in way more effort on the free-to-play route than I am. I know some of you that have been doing it and told me about it. You are rolling what, like 8 to 10 different characters and doing like dilithium farms on all of them and stuff like that. We've only got a gamma recruit. So I mean, like I said, I respect the hustle, and y'all are just that much more dedicated than I am for sure. But you know, the other thing, like I've said, it does come down to playtime as well. You know, working during the day, going out throughout the week, going out during the weekends. You know, just it's one of those situations where it's like I gotta figure out what makes more sense to me. Do I buy this outright or do I grind it? You know, but in Bob's case, it just makes sense to grind it because, well, we're giving this account away at some point. I don't know when, but at some point.
Fights under Torg's banner. Disappointing. I am Rudek, son of Nagra, an ally of your house, old man. This is no time.
So good.
Arm yourself before the gods. What is this?
Well, they realize.
Isn't it obvious? I'm leaving, you piece of plot.
It's so good. I love Martok's voice actor.
Miserable Takek.
I mean, it's just so well written and well said. Like it's just good. He sells it. He sells the whole thing. All right, so I guess now we can actually fight. Yay! That's the thing. I think I'm cheap. I always grind the events. Hey, no, and that's fine. That's fair. Like that's what I said. Like I have a lot of respect for anybody who goes that route for sure, because I know what the grind is. I've got to, now that I get to experience the grind, I know exactly what it is. And it's just it's crazy. It really is. And even just like doing the events, right? When we did the last event, we did it every single day. Whereas most of the time, I will be the first one to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna buy out the event, and then I'll just stack mad dilithium, because that's what you, if you're in a position that you can do that, that's what you normally would do. But now that I'm not in that position to do that here on this account, holy moly! Like, what did we get up to on that last event? Yeah, so we're at 1150, and we're gonna finish this event campaign, but like. On the main account, I'll be finished on the summer event. I'm pretty sure counts. I think the summer event counts for the campaign progress, right? It's a summer event, There's one more event, and then it's Q's Winter Wonderland. So I think it's the summer event. And then there's a event in like September, if I remember. And then it's Q's Winter Wonderland in November, December. So I think that's how it works. Either way, if it doesn't, there's still going to be another event sometime throughout the summer that's gonna hit it. It won't be. It might not be the Ryzen event. It's going to be something else that hits right here. Either way, it's fine. It's going to hit sometime here in this summer. Seasonals do not. So it'll probably happen during the like that event, or either after or whatever. It's something to that effect. It's like it's usually like right when Ryzen ends, I think, is the next event, and then there's an event in like September, October, and then there's an event right at the end of the year. So it's something to that effect. Yeah. So either way, what it's going to be is Bob will finish this one out by December. My main account will be done by this summer because that one's already at 37 or 38, whatever it is. So yeah. The summer event, no, okay. So, like I said, it's something to the effect of like it'll be right after it. Either way, grinding it is just like crazy though, because like you have to either make sure if you want to get the full event campaign progress, you have to make sure you don't miss, but like maybe at most like 3 days from the event, right? Because like what does each event usually need? Like 750 or something to that effect. So it's like 750, and if you grind it every single day for like the 20 days the event is up, you can get like something like 1200 or something to that effect, right? So if you do that every single day that it's up, you can only miss like 5 days total. And if you don't, well, you better hope you get the event buyout option or you have enough to buy it out. So yeah, like I said, it's a different process. I'm slacking, only 2705 on the main. If I bound it, I'd only do it on an event that contributes to the year-long campaign. Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's the thing is like, it all depends too where I guess I'm looking at it from too, right? So it's like, it's one of those situations where I go, okay, if I'm doing it for content purposes for YouTube, I'll buy it out just so I can be like that quote unquote first in line to kind of like put it out there situation. But I also have to weigh out the is it worth covering, right? Like kind of like that Tholian kit frame event, right? I didn't buy that one out. I actually grinded that one because I just didn't care. Like that was just the Tholian kit frame was it was and it didn't really need to be reviewed or something like that. But the noble class, if y'all remember, I bought it out. I was one of the first ones here on YouTube to kind of go over the noble class with y'all, right? So I think me and Spencer and a couple others bought it out very early on. But like that's kind of where we weigh it out at, is we go, okay, which one is like worth buying out, and then which one is not. And that's exactly what it is. You gamble on earning 2 extra days. It worked out. Yeah. Next event is next season. Yeah, so wait, that's going to be the season 36 update. So that's probably going to be in July. I think that's when they said something to that effect. So it'll be right after the summer event, or no, they're going to do that during their Star Trek 60th anniversary thing. I bet you anything that's when it's going to come out. Whatever they're doing for the 60-year thing that we know is going to be special to STO, that's when it's going to be. And I think it's in July. So that makes sense. Yeah, because that's right. The Ryzen event and everything is going to be just separate of it. I think the best way to go is do the first 2 events and then shoot for 1,200 points. And if you buy the third one, the price comes on that one. Yeah, and again, like it also comes down to like, you know, if you have the timing to do it, if you log in every day and can actually do it, right? So like, and there was like nights like here on Bob, especially. So like, you know, I would go to a movie or something. I hate to say this is as bad as it gets, right? So we would go out to go see a movie, and I'd be like, okay, we get home at 1 o'clock in the morning because we go see like either a double feature or something, right? So we go see a double feature or whatever of the movie that was playing, and get home at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I go, oh crap, I need to quickly do this event thing before I go to bed. and like I would just have to jump on and do it real quick before I forgot, because like, you know, I didn't want to hit the reset timer, or like I wanted to make sure that the timer would fall in line for the next day so I could get the event campaign progress. And I think I missed a day because I think I'm at 1150, right? So I think I missed a day or something like that. Yeah, I did. I missed a day. I should have got 1200 and I was 1150. So that's what I mean. It's like it's that kind of scenario that I understand, like what free to play accounts or like not even free to play. I'm just saying, like if you just choose to grind it, I understand what you guys go through. I do. It's wild because you really have to like. You have to plan it. You do. You have to plan it and go, okay, like if I want to get the event progress for this amount of time, like I gotta make sure I do this, you know, and I get it. And then, like I said, you can only miss like a total of 5 days. I want to say, it's 50 a day, so I think it's like 5 days you can miss during the one that goes towards the event campaign. Otherwise, you're kind of stuck in that scenario. Do I buy it out, or do I wait for it to come onto the C store, right? So I am like terribly confused here. What the hell am I supposed to be doing? Just pushing through, right? That's all we got to do. Just push through. I know we have to eventually get up top. I'm just like, okay. I think I'm back on track. I just wasn't paying attention there. Well, the console counts as one piece, right? Or is it only the weapons? Do I have to run it twice? Is it because the console is given to you right out the gate? So it's the console plus the Omni, right? Or is it do I need 2 different weapons? Because if I need 2 different weapons, ugh. I mean, I don't know. We might have to run it twice no matter what, because we might not keep the console. I don't know. I have no clue how we're gonna go about it. I'm just more or less kind of see which way I want to, you know. Because having that Omni wouldn't be too terrible at all. Right, what are we doing? See, this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm like half-ass paying attention. This is the other bad thing too. Like, I get so scatterbrained when I'm streaming that I can't focus on the game for sure. We only had to do it once. Okay, I thought so. Did I miss something in here? I probably missed something in here. No, it looks like I got everything. Okay, so what am I missing? What's going on here? Administrative wing, destroy targets, Torg's computer. Okay. We can't go that way. But we have to get to this office over here. How come I can't go in this door? What am I? Do I have to backtrack to over here? That K-13 Nausicaan mission with Modern is funny. Oh yeah. I mean, like we could stick with disruptors for now, and then just like at least, you know, consider that as our option. And then that might save us a little bit of grind time. All right, I am missing something here. Those that are more experienced here, bottom. I need to set a charge. So I'm missing something here. I didn't set a charge somewhere. I knew I was missing something. See, this is why I say, like, I get so bad when I'm like, I can see it right here on my map. I guess I just didn't set it over here, right? Is that what I missed it? I didn't. You're right. I did not set it over here. I didn't go into this freaking room. This is the bad thing. I mean, like, it's fine. We can go back and fix this. I'm just saying, like, this is how bad it is for me to run like certain missions and stuff when I stream, because like I'm more interested in what you all have to say than the game. I'll be honest with y'all. I mean, like, it's just
The most recent file is
more interested in what you all have to say as far as, you know, the conversations are concerned. This is Van trolling. I was like, I might be. Yeah, I meant to do this the whole time. That's it. I just wanted to see if y'all were paying attention. That's all. 100%. It had nothing to do with anything else.
this
Okay.
alert, Torg.
Now we can go back. Now we can go back and defeat the guards and everything. It's terrible. It's terrible, man. I am like, I am so bad at the easiest stuff on this game. And like the more complicated stuff, I'm actually decent with, which is really weird. Like my brain just doesn't operate on the aspect of like, if it's something simple, just like pay attention and you'll get through this. My brain doesn't want to do that. Yeah, I'm throwing for engagement. That's it. Yeah, I need that watch time, guys. I need that watch time. Get on it. It's part of the bait. Okay, we can't go that way. So there's only one route. I figured it was this open door, but you know, just want to make sure. Again, we're all paying attention here, right? We're all friends. We understand. Did we stream? I don't know. I don't think I did. I wish I would have. I don't think I streamed the mission. I didn't. For the Radiant Nanite Devouring Kit module. Yeah, if I would have streamed that, it would have been a 4-hour stream on that mission alone. I know it would have been, because even when I was paying attention at the time, it was like an hour-long mission for me. Mind you, because of the scaling purposes of when I chose to do it, it was incredibly hard. Like, he's giving the wrong answer so 1,000 people post credit. That's right. That's right. Potterman knows my scheme, man. He knows. He knows exactly what I'm doing. I'm gonna have to switch it up. I gotta stop being so obvious about it. I hope the Delta recruits start tomorrow. I don't know. Do they? I don't know if they're gonna. I mean, would they start 2 events back to back like that? I figured this is what my theory is, and I have to think about the past recruitment events, right? Because like I don't remember the last time the recruitment events intertwined with one another like that. So what I'm wondering is, do they start Risa tomorrow and then the following Tuesday they do Delta recruit? Because like, do they really want to like put 2 things going on at the same time? Because I'm expecting that they want everybody to get the Gomtuu. They want everybody to farm their favors and everything. I don't know if dropping the Delta recruit event is going to be the best thing at the same exact time, but maybe it is. They have in the past. Okay, like I said, I'm trying to remember. I haven't rolled a recruit in freaking forever. This is these are the first times I'm having to do it because I've had them for so long on the other accounts. Like I'm trying to think of how they've done it in the past, because that's the other thing too. It's like, as fun as it is getting like the new recruits, right? Once you've got them and you have the account reward unlocks, you don't get any more account reward unlocks. You can roll recruits. Well, okay, let me correct myself. Temporal recruit, you can roll multiple times and get tons of reward unlocks, just so you all know. You can roll that one as much as you want and get the tier 6 experimental token as many times as you want. So just keep that in mind when the temporal recruit comes around. But other than that, any of the other recruits, you cannot get their rewards once you've completed them. So there's no reason to keep rolling them. And in the Delta recruit event, you need all 3 to get the maximum amount of rewards, meaning a Starfleet, a Romulan, and a Federation. So once you do that, there's really no reason to roll other recruit characters. So the last time I rolled recruit characters was I don't know. It's been a minute. Okay. Right. Pay attention here. What do we got to do? Follow the map. Map says come over here and do this thingy. They'll likely drop new kit modules to look at also. Yeah, KDF recruits over and over for Endeavor bonus points. I didn't think the KDF Endeavor bonus points rolled over. Did they? Wait. Because you only get the 10% on your account once, right? It doesn't go 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, there's no... So I'm trying to think, what do you mean for the KDF recruits? For the Endeavor bonus points? Because once you get the unlock for your rest of your account to do 10% of your Endeavors or whatever, like I'm trying to think. Maybe I'm missing something here, or maybe I'm just not thinking of something. Let me know what you found that one, Eric, because not 100% sure. Or do they get, okay, wait, hold on. Do they get the initial 10% and then they get additional as they go on? So if you farm them up to the 1 million they can actually get 20% worth of Endeavor points. Is that what it is? Like the actual Klingon recruit can get up to 20%, I should say. Is that the one that is that correct? Because maybe that's why I've rolled other KDF recruits before, but I don't honestly remember. Now that I'm working the KDF on Endeavors, I barely play my main. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I mean, like, that's a funny thing too. On my main account, we might actually finish this tonight. I don't know. We'll see. I need literally six more random queues to finish off my KDF recruit over on that account. I have never done the 150 random queues on there because I play so many different characters, right? So I actually need like 6 more to finish it off, and I'm like, I might as well just do it. You rolled 2 Jimadar and got 2 experimental upgrade tokens. Yeah, that's what I mean. So you can, to a certain degree, get certain unlocks multiple times, and the same like the Jem'Hadar or the temporal recruit is another one that you can just get, like, but you have to get them up to level 60 to get those experimental ship upgrade tokens. But you can roll multiples of them and then stack them into your characters and then use the unlocks and all that stuff, right? So you can do that. It's 100% an option. But as far as like the count wide unlocks, there's no reason to like roll multiple characters. I guess like the only other one would be like what we were just talking about is the KDF recruit would be good. Yeah, but you get bonus points from the track. Yeah, that's what, I got what you're talking about there. It took me a second there, Eric. You are 100% correct. It took me a second. I know what you mean. Yeah. So you get the 10% from the account, and then that character gets the bonus one from building it itself in the tracker. So you do get more Endeavor reward progress off the one character, but then once it's done, that's it. It goes back to, the 10%. So, but yeah, otherwise, like, like I said, you wouldn't roll any. There's no reason to roll multiples. I mean, that's if you're, I guess, at that point, it's more or less, are you trying to min max that character, right? Like, are you trying to squeeze out every bit as you can out of your account rewards? Because otherwise, like, I think we're kind of due for a new recruit character. Yeah, like, I don't know, what's one that they don't have yet? Discovery. They don't have a Discovery recruit. They have an entire Discovery captain, but no recruit line. You have, I would say a Cardassian, but you kind of have to technically buy that or earn it. So they do, that one's kind of a moot point. I'm trying to think of like other characters that they could do a recruitment event for, and they don't have yet. And I think Discovery would be the best option right now, is if they made a Discovery recruitment character and event, because that would be something fresh and new, and they could do something new with that one, right? Like, because most of the stuff you get from recruitments is like, on 4, 10, 15, 35, then for you get bonus perk points. Yeah, exactly, the extra bonus. Yeah. But you said the last one doesn't. Yeah, so yeah, you could get 3 more Endeavor ranks for running Endeavors on another KDF recruit. And then technically, if you wanted to, you could run them and then delete that KDF recruit. You wouldn't really have to build them. All you'd have to do is just run their Endeavors every day for... I think to get to 35, you need what, 750,000, right? Or is it 500,000? I think it's 750,000. So you'd have to run it for a little bit, but you at least got the 10% bonus. But then you could just delete the KDF recruit when you were done if you wanted to, or you can keep it. You can do whatever you want. But yeah, what is 4,000 throats? I guess I don't have my chat box open here. What was 4,000? No, I wanted to see what it was. Did we kill certain amounts of Zenkethi? How did I get that accolade? What was it for? Huh. I don't know. It's 700k. Okay, yeah. So that's what I mean. You still have to run it. But if you already have the 10% unlock on your account, then you're technically already ahead of that game, right? So you're already every day your endeavors are stacking in roughly like 13,000 points with the 10% or something, a little bit more. But either way, yeah, 700,000 would take you at about 13,000 a day. It'd take you roughly 30 days to do straight 30 days of endeavors, so that's not too bad.
The battlefield is
Um,
now we must destroy the sonar shield.
Vanguards were a paid option also before they were free this pack. That's very true. That is very true. The Vanguard, this is the first time. Well, so the Gamma Recruit event is its own ordeal, right? You could roll a Gamma Recruit, and that's all there is to it. But before that, the Vanguard character itself, the one that they just gave us, used to be 500 Zen. I think it's still in the store, but either way, it's 500 Zen if you wanted that option. Remember someone talking about a new Discovery Recruit sometime last year. I don't remember where though. I think I've heard it float before. I just don't know. I'm kind of in that same boat where I don't know where it was kind of thrown around. I even think that at some point, I don't know if the Deca team had brought it up. I think I want to say I saw it at one point with like Suna and them talking about it, but it just never happened. And I would like to see it happen. I do believe we are due for a new recruit. When was the last recruit was the Gamma recruit, correct? In the as far as everything is concerned, because we had let me see, our first recruit was the first recruit a Delta during Delta Rising. Was that the very first recruit, or was it KDF recruit? It was one of those two, because then Temporal came shortly after, and then it was Gamma. So that's it. It's been in that order. It's something like that. It's either Delta or KDF was the very first recruit. I want to say it was Delta. And then yeah. Need an alliance recruit. Every 2410 era faction can be made as one. How would that work? What would an alliance recruit? How would that work as far as like the content is concerned? Because you just do everything at that point, I guess. Yeah. Discovery content might be dated. Starfleet Academy recruit. That could be interesting. Kind of base it a little bit tied into the series some. That's a storyline they haven't even tried to tie into STO yet. So maybe. I tried once to make a Discovery character, but that wet warp sound is just unacceptable. Embarrassing. Oh, you don't like that? You don't like the mycelial warp sounds? Oh man. That's okay. I only have one Discovery character. Mainly for the simple fact that I just wanted to see what the Discovery story was like, and that was it. So I'm right there with you. I don't even play that character very much. Wasn't too bad. It's a very short story. It's a very, very short story. But again, like I just know they need something. It's been years since we've gotten a recruit, like an actual brand new recruit. I want to say the Gamma recruit being the last one came out during Victory is Life. And that was when was Victory is Life? That was 2019, 2018, something like that. So I don't think we've had a new recruit in 7 years. I think that sounds about right. And I hope they never do try to put any of that show stuff in STO. Well, I mean, it's whether you like it or not, and I'm kind of right there with you. I wasn't a fan of what I saw so far with Starfleet Academy. It's just not my thing. But whether you like it or not, it's still considered Star Trek, and that's, you know, they'll probably put it in here to a certain degree. I just don't know how much they're gonna put in here with it. But I can't really get into it. I tried. I can't get into it. I watched the first 2 episodes and I'm just like, eh. This is coming from somebody who had a hard time giving Discovery a chance, and then I did, and I really liked Discovery. I really liked the last season. The last season of Discovery, I feel like the first and last season of Discovery are the best 2 seasons of Discovery. I could be wrong, and I might be in the minority here, but I loved it. I loved it as far as the way they did the last season was great. But Starfleet Academy, I couldn't get past the first 2 episodes. I just, yeah.
Or I'll kill you where you stand.
The STO version of Discovery content was not nerve grating, and the characters were better written and acted in the game until the Klingon Civil War arc. That's fair. What's like dual and them? Yeah, that's fair.
What's left of it anyway?
The user interface on the Disco character has yeah, that's the other thing I don't like too, is that dark deep blue interface that, like you said, it meshes together. Yeah, Academy got roasted into cancellations, so there's that. So you know, I tend to never base my views on a show or a game or music or anything like that. I try not to base it around reviews whatsoever. I try to form my own opinion. And sometimes I do find that my own opinion may kind of align with some of the reviews. So I sit there and I go, okay, like you guys are absolutely right. Like this show just missed the mark or something, right? But then sometimes I sit there and I go, there are some things that I find that people get upset over that are just, to me, like a big nothing burger. Like it's not worth being upset over. Like you can be upset about whatever you want to be upset about, but sometimes I find there's just some things I reviewed and it's just like, okay, like honestly, what's the point, you know? So I don't know, but I can say so far what I've seen of Starfleet Academy, I just can't get behind. I can't enjoy it. I can't enjoy it. And you know, it was kind of like the whole Star Trek Picard season 1 and 2. Very, very rough to get through. Season 3 is the best season by far. Universally agreed, it's the best season by far. So it was like, again, that kind of situation is the same thing that got me with Discovery. Season 1 wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. But by the time season 2 hit, I kind of fell out of love with Discovery a little bit. And then I went back and watched the final season after doing some like catch-ups with the previous seasons where I could sit through it. And I love the last season Discovery. I wish they would have done the whole show the same way they did Discovery season 5, because it's wildly different. I feel like a lot of these shows are doing what they should have done all along at like the last season of it. It wouldn't surprise me if Starfleet Academy season 2 ends up being like what Starfleet Academy season 1 should have been, even though that the show got canceled. I think they started season 2, right? I think that's inevitably coming out. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts behind it. But what if Starfleet Academy season 2 ends up being like Picard season 3? Like that would be just nuts. Like if they did that, I'd be like, what is going on with you guys? What's going on in the writing room up there, right? Shenanigans Academy was just, or are they already done with season 2? I don't know. I have, like I said, I've only watched the first 2 episodes of Starfleet Academy, so I have no idea how it ends or anything, or if they've already done season 2. If they already did season 2, then that's just a moot point, and then that show, I just don't care. Like that's the honest truth. I just don't care. But yeah, if it's already done and over, and the ending is, you know, whatever, the main bad guy turns out just to be an idiot, oh no. If that's the case, then like, I don't know. But like, I thought they were writing a season 2. Oh my gosh, what did I get hit with? The high yield isolytic tricobalt. Jeez, that hit me for 136,000. That was all whole, baby. There's no shields on that one. That was great. What else was like? And then what? Strange New Worlds is ending this season, right? Yeah, it's ending this season. So that's gonna be interesting. Yeah, God, why did the Sona get like so hard all of a sudden? This mission went from like very easy to like, here's a rough ending to it. I don't remember it ever being this rough. Well, to be fair, I probably had a lot more goodies on here before too, so. Of course, they'll put ships in a lockbox from Puke Academy. It's an STO tradition. It is indeed. You know, it's funny. So, at first, I hated the Crossfield. Hated it. I could not stand it. I thought it was an ugly ship. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, it looks like the ship from Phase 2, like the original concept design. I still hated it. I thought it was ugly as hell. And then it grew on me. And it grew on me as I watched Discovery more and I got into it. It's really weird how that ship actually grew on me, and I actually like the design of it. I actually like the Glen and the mirror, the what's it called, even better, but still, yeah. And the head writer was from the reason season 3 of Picard was so good is because they had a whole different team working on it, and the head writer was from, yes, I do know that much. What I'm trying to figure out is why Discovery season 5 was so good compared to 2, 3, and 4. Because I think Alex Kurtzman and team was still like really all up in it. To be fair, they were all up in it in the first place, but yeah. It seems easier to kill all the Sona person. Yeah, that was probably my fault. So I was like, oh well, that's fine. We'll just keep spamming spacebar here. But we finally got it done. Let's see what we got here. All right, so let's grab the Omni, and we already get the console. So let's take a look at that. So we got the console, the Omni, and the Batleth. Oh my gosh, this mission gives you like 3 different rewards. That's great. That's awesome. That's a good little mission if you need some filler stuff, right? You got a Batleth, an Omni, and a console. All right. So let me see here. More details. What does our 2-piece give us? It gives us some crit chance. That's definitely useful. And accuracy rating, I guess. That's useful too. So we don't need... Let me see. Special torpedo modes. Launch from this weapon. Leave behind a 20 damage. Yeah, but it's a tri-cobalt, and I don't feel like blowing myself up. I'm going to pass on that. Okay. So we'll just put this here for now, because I don't need where... Oh, wait. Is this... What console slot is this? The engineering console. No! I have to get rid of one of my ISO mags for it? Oh, we definitely need to get a... We need to get a T6... We need to get a T6X coupon, for sure. It has to happen. It has to happen. We have to get one. Or a T6X upgrade. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Let me catch up here on chat. I still think it's terrible, but I detest incomplete saucers. Yeah, that's fair. With Sunrise was so generous. Gotta take off. Good night, cats. And Don Brook, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate you. Yeah, there's your problem exactly. Yeah, this can only be slotted in an engineering slot, and that kind of bites. That rips out a freaking ISO mag that I really need right now. We're gonna change this to protective status on because I'm not trying to get rid of that. You finally got all 10 of the Unimatrix from the Borg Red Alert. I don't even know. Let me see what the accolade progress is on Bob here for the Borg Red Alert. I don't even know if he has. Let's see, research development, Borg, general kill, events. There we go. He's got 4 of 10, 9 of 10, 6 of 10, 10 of 10, 2 of 10. So he's missing quite a few on here. I think my main account definitely has them, but this one's only got like 5, right? Yeah. I mean, we could just queue those over and over for the next like couple hours that are left in the event because it ends tomorrow. What time does it end tomorrow? Is it 3 p.m. tomorrow it ends? Yep, 3 p.m. So, or I guess noon for Pacific coasters, right? Yeah. So if I go for a mission Omni, I go for a Trilithium. At least it just gives you the haste bonus and can be used with the same turret, but it is a phaser. I mean, if we get twinkling lights, yeah, then I mean it would make sense. Then we can just replace this. That's what it comes down to, right? Like, it's honestly comes down to like how we're gonna inevitably end up building this ship. Let me go see how much twinkling lights is. We just might consolidate all of our EC and buy it. Let's just go to Drozana. That's fine. We got a free transwarp over there. Let's just go do that. Let's see how much twinkling lights is. I might consolidate the EC I have on here. And then we might drastically change up the weapon layout of this build because of the fact that, like, then it would be fine. Let me go see how much it is on the exchange. I want to say it's like 40 million. I'm pretty certain it's like 40 million. Welcome to Drozana. You look real quick. I mean, it's fine. We're not really doing much anyway, so I'm just want to kind of come down and I want to price check. It's around 20 million on PlayStation. Yeah, the console market's a little bit different. Is it 22? Is it 22 milli? No way. If it's 22 milli, we're getting it right now. Oh wait, shit! I can't get it right now. Wait. Okay, hold on, chat. Hold on. If I send somebody the EC or meet up with them here and give them the EC, would somebody buy it for Bob? Because I can only do 15 million at a time. If that's the case, would somebody buy it for Bob right now and I could get, whether it's 21, 22, it doesn't matter. I'm on Drozana. If somebody would do that for me, I'd greatly appreciate it. This wouldn't break anything. I'd still be paying the EC for it. I just need one person to do it. And I'll give you 15 million, and then I'll pull out the rest out of the bank over here. But if it, I mean, like, let me just make sure. I want to make sure you get your money too. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do nobody wrong or nothing. But since I don't have the 500 credit unlock, right? This would be a good start. Sure is 21.7 million. Yeah. Okay. I'm standing next to you, Narc. Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna give you 15 million. Then I'm gonna pull money out of the bank, and I'll give you what do I need? 6.7 million. I'll just give you 7 million after that. So we'll give you 15 million here, and that'll take care of the first part of it, and then I'm gonna give you the rest of it right after because I can't do more than 15 million at a time. If you don't mind. Then you can go in. I don't remember if the Epic Boredom account has the EC cap lifted. Let me get the rest of this out. And I still have like another 3 million on the Jim Hadar character that we need to. Okay, and then give him the rest of this trade. Add 7 million. There you go. All right, if you can grab that for me, I appreciate it. And then I'll wait right here. And there we go. That's Bob's first like actual trait done. Like first actual bot trait. And like, yeah, we had to do the workaround. I don't have the 500, whatever cap, but at least, this works. So thank you for that. Beardy Golf. I'm bad with pronouncing names, but I do appreciate that. There we go. We got twinkling lights, everybody. Bob got it. Thank you so much for that. That definitely worked out great. All right, so there we go. Now we can definitely change up the build. It can happen. We can change up the build to where I technically can go ahead and get Discovery. Well, I can get it right here. I can already slot this one up, and then we can get the Discovery marks. So this is already going to start. This is already going to start our mixed weapons, right? But now we don't have to wait for the Disruptor version. How did I not know that was Unbound? It's a good money sink if you have it. If you have the stuff. Like I think I put that. Oh no, I didn't put twinkling lights in the video. I put kit modules in the video. I should go through. I should make a video for YouTube for going over Starship traits and stuff. Some of the better ones, right? But now we can actually slot. Well, let me see what do we have here. Because we're only using all the basic ones, right? Because we'll keep the crit chance, crit severity. We don't need projectile weapon damage, so we're gonna put on twinkling lights. Look at that. Bob's got his first one. Nice. There we go. So now we need, now listen. We can re-roll some of these isomax to just like beam or cannon damage, right? It doesn't have to be disruptor anymore, which also means we can change out we can change out the weapon types that are fired through here. We're already going to put the discovery phasers. We have this. That also means I don't technically need this 2-piece, even though we just farmed for it. It's fine. We might keep it. I don't know. But we could actually grab like the trilithium phasers or Omni, right? Or we could do something else. So this is what I'm getting at. We could now we have options on the board. And every different weapon type that we can slot on here means we get to drop the resistances even lower. So if you all have suggestions, I'm open to them. Like, I mean, I have an idea of like what I want to get, but remember, if we get phaser, disruptor, tetrion, polaron, plasma, or anti-proton, right? It's minus 12 damage stacks once per energy type. So the more energy types we have, the more potential damage Bob can do. They grow up so fast. They do. Yeah, they do. And so that's why I said, then we can take our isomags here and just re-roll them or just rebuy them on the exchange, because I'm pretty sure beam and cannon are like super cheap, right? Yeah, exactly. So we could that's it right there. We can just rebuy them. I'm pretty sure they're so dirt cheap. And then that would at least give us our weapon power modifier, and we can keep the weapon, we can keep the beam damage and whatnot. So let me see. ISO magnetic. Let me see. Actually, what am I doing? What am I doing here? What are we doing? Let's open the inventory. Let's take this. Let's drop this here. Let's change this to let's go Mark 12. Or no, let's go Mark 2. Let's do a Mark 2. That's going to be even cheaper. Let's see what they have for beam. Oh, beams are okay. That's fine. I can still move EC around. It's not a big deal. But we could buy those. And let me see what cannons are. Okay. You see what I'm saying? Like we could just do that. And that would fix everything. Okay. So even if we get beams or cannons, it doesn't matter which way we go about this. I think we're just going to go straight beams, but maybe we'll get some cannons or whatever, right? You could mail me a diffusive Tetrion array, not worth selling, but it's the preferred at the moment. I mean, that's fine. I could take a diffusive Tetrion array. It's not going to make or break the build, right? I mean, it'd be nice to have a Tetrion weapon. Yeah, so we have the Terran Disruptor already. So we have Terran Disruptor on here. Then we're gonna slot the phaser. So that technically takes care of 2 of our archetypes. Epoch, if you want to part away with that Tetrion array, you're more than welcome to. If not, no worries. I'm just saying if you want to, that would add another weapon type. What I would like is either an anti-proton or a plasma weapon that we could easily obtain for Bob. And that would add us 2 more weapon types, right? Because basically, I want to tank their resistances to do more damage. All right? I want to tank their resistances, and we're already running beta. I'm pretty sure. Well, let me look at my bridge stations. I'm pretty sure I'm running beta. So, like, we want to maximize our damage efficiency output. Yeah, we're running beta 1. I might actually switch Torp 3 to beta 2. I don't know why we have Torp 3. I think it just was inherently that way. Well, hello, babies. You want to say hi to everybody on stream? Okay, hold on. Pupper camera coming up. You guys sit up, babies. Say hi. Oh, sit. There you go. Okay, there she is, everybody. Tex is wide awake. She wanted to come say hi. Oh, here, let me point the camera down a little bit towards her. There she is. Hold on. All right, there's the pupper. There's a good pupper. You say hi, babies? Yeah, what you doing? You wake up from your nap, huh? Wake up from your nap? Yeah. Okay. I can log in quick at handle. It is where the hell is it? I should have this written down somewhere. Let me just type something in local. There you go. Oh, it might help if I put this on screen, huh? Okay. Pupper says hi. We're gonna switch back to the main screen. She's a happy girl. All right, main screen. There's my handle right there for this account. Captain Spicy's fan 9279. So you are so happy. You have a good nap? You want a treat? Is that what you want? You want a treat? Can you tell chat? Say I want a treat. Hold on. You gotta tell chat. Hold on, babies. Hey, come here. Come here. No, over here. Come here. Right here. Sit. Tell the chat. Say treat. Tell them. No, 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 no. You're going the wrong way, kid. Come over here. Come here. Come here. Right there. Right there. Now tell everybody, go. I want a treat. You want one? You want two? How many you want? Go. You gotta tell them. They can't hear you. Oh, you're okay, babies. You're okay. They can't hear you. All right. She wants a treat. I'll go get her a treat real quick, and then yeah, we'll let me go get her a treat. Okay. Okay. Come on. Let's go get you a treat. Hey, you keep up there. I'll bring it. Romulan rep boxes for a plasma weapon. Okay, yeah, we can do that. We can definitely do that. Let me see. She's all set now. She's happy as can be. No, PC Guru, you're fine. So Strange New World has a short 5th season. Oh, okay, okay. Well, that's good. At least they're going to give us a 5th season for that, because I know it has to end with Kirk in the seat. All right. Romulan. Okay, so let's see. Romulan rep boxes for the plasma weapons. We can do that. If you have any unopened, it's fine. I'll just get them tomorrow when the reputation's complete. Because most of the time, I get them and salvage or break them down or sell them or whatever, right? So now, I think we can salvage this one. It's just the one that we bought, so it's fine. That's salvageable. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. All that's fine. Okay. I trying to build salvage on Bob here so he can actually re-roll some of his stuff at some point. I should put stuff in the bank. I need to start putting my Endeavor boxes in the bank for my Delta recruits. That's what I need to do. Stop carrying so much stuff around. Let's put this in the bank. That in the bank. That in the bank. That. Here's some of our money makers that I need to relist. I need to craft more too, but that's the other thing. That's going to the Delta recruit. This could go to a... Nope, never mind. I got to reclaim that, but I'm not going to... I think this is going to a Delta recruit too. All right, let's put this Batlith in here for now. What is this? All right, I'm going to put my old Isomags, I think, in there. Squidly, what's going on? I was finally able to join just to say hi before bed. Well, I appreciate that, Squidly. I do appreciate you stopping by. And I completely understand. Thank you for hanging out, even if it's just to come say hi. And we'll see you when we see you. Oh, actually, I do have refracting Tetrion dual cannons here. They're dual cannons, though. They have a 45-degree arc. I don't know if I want that. I might want a single. I don't know. You hope stream has been fantastic. As always, we have some of the best community out there. I love it. It's great people, great conversations, great ideas. I cannot complain. Oh wait, dude, okay, hold on a second. I even have Romulan dual plasma cannon. Why was I preparing at some point for this or something? But I don't know why I have these dual cannons. I definitely don't want to use dual heavies. I guess I could. I don't know. The Sovereign right now is kind of a little slow that I can't turn it that well. But I guess I was already preparing to do something like this. We'll have a great rest of Squidly. I appreciate you. If you can stop by tomorrow night, we'll be live again, 8 till midnight Eastern Standard. But if not, that's fine. Like I said, I just appreciate any time you do get to hang out with us. So hope you're doing well and have a good rest of your evening. right, let me see here. I know why I have all these. This is like whenever I get those stupid endeavors, that's like, hey, do all this damage. But guess what? We're not going to need that anymore. So I don't really need to carry these devices anymore. I always only because we're going to switch out our weapon types like crazy. That's what I was doing. I was keeping a lot of this stuff because I was like, oh, we're going to get twinkling lights. I swear I was already thinking about that at some point. Or maybe we brought it up before here in chat. We had to have. There's no way we didn't. I'll get to selling these. Let me see what. Yeah, I'm gonna do a smart thing, guys. I'm gonna list my stuff for sale on stream so that you guys can undercut me. It's great. I'm fine. It's okay. We'll do it anyways. Let's see what exceed rated limits going for 410. All right, I'm only gonna list one of them. No, I'll list two. I usually only list one or two, but I'm gonna list two. Look, if y'all undercut me, y'all undercut me. I don't care. We're gonna do it 405,000. That's fine. I'm only gonna undercut it a little bit, and it might not even sell. Because it's exceeded rated limits, it doesn't always sell. But there we go. We'll list those two, and then let's see what else. What else am I going to list on stream that you know? Narrow sensor bands 3 is wow. Okay, that went up a little bit. The last one I sold was 300 and something thousand. So they went up. Okay, I like that. Let's go to 470,000 on that one. Let's do it on this one. There we go. All right. There we go. And just so y'all know, yes, I don't delete my mail. Those things have been our moneymaker. They have been selling like crazy. Well, I did sell narrow sensor bands at one point for 500,000. So actually, it did go down a little bit, but it's great. This has been our moneymaker right here, and contraband and everything else, right? So, but it does work. Does work indeed. In fact, those two that got returned back to me. But I don't delete my mail, just so you guys know. Like, I am being straightforward. I am selling these crafting things is how I'm making my EC. I don't want anybody to be like, hey, by the way, like, how'd you get all this EC? I sent it over to from my main account. So, my newbie Jimadart is using dual heavies on the Impreza. It's been brought up a few times. Yeah, I that's exactly what had to have been. It had to have been that. I just guess I wasn't really thinking about it at the time. So, all right, so now we kind of cleaned up our inventory a little bit. It's kind of funny that I have these dual cannons on here. It's funny in the aspect of like they're the right types I want, but I just don't know. I mean, what's it going to hurt to run them right now? You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to really hurt anything. It's just that we got to keep that forward arc on them. That's what it is. We have to keep the forward arc on them. I would much rather them be single or at least beam arrays, but until I pop them out of the boxes, like, let's just let this be for right now, right? Just until I pop them out of the boxes. So now all we need is our phaser. We're watching Bob come together a little bit, piece by piece. He's coming together. So we need a phaser, which is going to be our discovery phaser. So we got to go get more disco marks, right? So we got to go get more disco marks. Because now that changed the whole landscape of stuff. We're not worried about dilithium. We have tons of reputation dilithium. So that's going to be the disco. So we need marks like crazy. But we don't need marks like crazy. This one's only 500 marks. I wish you could play at my resolution. Actually, this is a scaled down resolution right now, to be fair. This is very scaled down. This is only what is this resolution? I think this is 1980 by 1080, but I scaled it on stream. I think it's at it's fake 1080. I can tell you that. It's fake 1080p. But off stream, I can run this game in 4K easily. But that's only off stream. I can't stream it at 4K. We got a decent PC layout, but just not strong enough yet to stream it in 4K. I wish I could. I wish I could dual stream it in 4K. That would be great. Dual streaming this required me to downscale a little bit. If some of the older viewers in here for the last couple months know that early on I was having issues with disconnecting between Twitch and YouTube. Now I don't have those issues. I've consulted with my IP, got a bunch of stuff fixed. Actually, so they had to. I hate corporate ISPs. Right? I just can't stand them, and Comcast is one of them. And I have Comcast. I'm only limited to either having Comcast or Verizon. So, and unfortunately, Verizon wasn't available at the time for when I moved in here. So, anyways, it's not here nor there. Comcast decided that they wanted to put a locked firewall that I couldn't even get into because it was through their equipment. And I ended up buying my own equipment and was like, "Yeah, you're gonna remove that." And so I did. That was a problem that we were having early on in stream, but now we don't have that issue, so we're fine. We're good. All right. I need disco marks. If anybody needs disco marks and wants to run stuff, you're more than welcome to join me. If not, it's fine. I'm only going to be running advanced, just to get the little salvatory spore canisters, right? Or stelvatory, whatever they're called. Anyways, we're going to be getting those. But, okay, that was quick. Oh, no, that's because I went random. I didn't really... Well, I guess I could do random. But no, I want to do this. I want to do this. Exit random. Aha, stop. I do want to do disco marks. I wanted to focus heavily on disco marks. And yeah, technically I could double up. If it's a disco TFO, I could double up, but it's not guaranteed that I'm going to get a disco. Oh, yay! It's Peril over Pavo. This one's actually pretty fun. It's not too bad. So we get the disco marks. Oh, is that you? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Epoch. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Okay, so now we actually have a better Tetrion beam array that we can put on over... And that doesn't change anything as far as, you know, Bob's build. I mean, we were going to run Tetrion one way or another, so we just got a little bit of a boost for it. But thank you. I appreciate that. That works out great. So now we have a very decent Tetrion. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, and then we'll just re-roll the stats later on. I do. Yeah, no, I do appreciate that. Okay, so there we go. So now we have our Terran, Petrion, Phaser. Then we'll do a Romulan Plasma in the front. Then we have a Disruptor in the back. And now we just need an Anti-Proton. And if that will cover all the damage types, do you know how much damage resistance rating that's dropping on an enemy? Like, that's a massive boost to our overall damage. Like, that's great. I'm very happy about. I didn't realize Twinkling Lights was only 20-something million. I'll be honest with y'all. I actually thought it was like 40 million for some reason. Maybe it was at one point, and I just never thought about it. Mind you, I only have Twinkling Lights on one other character on my main account, and that's because that's the only other character that runs any kind of beam boats, and that's my Romulan alien on there as well. So I only have this trait one other time. Otherwise, like on my science officer, I don't need it because I just run EPG stuff, right? And then my torpedo boats don't need it. You know, just like, it's kind of funny. It's just I never thought about the fact that it's only 20-something million, and I think it should be more personally, but I'm happy it's not. Because now we can actually, oh my god, if we don't die, we can actually start like stripping resistances down and doing something decent with Bob. And like, again, like I tell people, it's like, you don't have to run a combat parser, but in cases like this, if I'm curious, like I will, just to kind of see where Bob is at. And I'm not going to put it on the screen. I'll pull it up after the thing, but I'm going to run my combat log right now. And then we'll just kind of see like if it's noticeable at all. Because remember, Bob was parsing prior to this. He was parsing at like 25k. And that was like a very respectable 20. And this might not be a good map to really parse it on anyways. But I just kind of want to see like debuff uptime and all that stuff. So that's kind of what I want to look at. But yeah. We will actually Actually, what we should do is queue up for an infected at some point just to kind of see where he's at, because that's where we knew his DPS was at like 25k on infected space elite. Or no, it was advanced. I'm pretty sure we did it on. It might have been elite. Maybe we got carried through an elite, but either way, we were doing 25k. I just know that much. So I was like, hey, Bob's actually putting in 25,000 worth of damage. We're a quarter of the way there. So like when we start putting on the right weapons and getting the right traits together, you know, and that's the other thing, right? It's gonna be starship traits. These are all stuff that either came off the exchange or something that we got that comes from the noble itself. This comes from, is it Miracle Worker, I think? So yeah, and then the other two I bought off the exchange. So like that's the other thing too, is like starship traits are going to be a big thing. So Bob has some time with us. He does. He's just moving at a decent pace. And if we get tier 6 coupons at all, I can already tell you I'm kind of torn between either grabbing the NX for Entwined or maybe like the Arbiter or something for super weapon ingenuity. I'm not really sure which way I want to go about it, but if we do get a T6 coupon throughout this event, which they tend to do, he'll get another starship trait. I just don't know which one I want to go about getting first for him. So we'll kind of, I guess we'll hit that road when we get there, right? Does nothing come in the middle in the first bit? I don't think anything does. I think everything's on the left and right side. I'm almost certain it is. I think during the first bit, like nothing really hits Bravo. I'll pan my camera and check, but I'm almost certain that's the case. Because usually I just like sit out here. Oh yeah, we could grab the Owani too. Oh no, I guess it does hit Bravo. Okay. No, it's still on Alpha. Never mind. Yeah, I don't think anything hits Bravo on the first wave or two, or the first wave. I think it only comes on the second wave with the Dreadnought. Corella is great. Corella is great. Trait and console are fantastic. Yeah, I guess I just gotta weigh out which way, because I mean, you know, Bob's completely free to play, and so like whatever, if we do, and this is only if we do get a T6 coupon, which we usually do. I'm not gonna say it's a for sure thing. I'm just saying it's a high probability thing that during their like event giveaways like this, they usually toss a T6 ship coupon in. If we do get one, I just gotta find like which way I want to go about it, because you guys are like right on the money. There is a lot of good choices here. The Corella is top beam accessory. We could grab the Corella too. That's fine too. I just saying, like, I just got to weigh out, because I don't know if we're getting one T6 coupon or two, and then if we get another one later on in the year, like which way I'm going to build at that point. Because basically, I fear that Bob's traits are going to be very limited on what he gets here, and the only other options he's going to get is basically what ships I can buy off the exchange at some point, right? Like off the EC exchange, and that's going to be dependent on getting the EC cap unlock. I mean, like, you know, I could give you all like 15 million EC at a time to buy a ship for me, but you know, that's besides the point. But no, like, that's kind of where his trait situation is going to come down to. So I gotta really like weigh up, because we know Cryptic at least twice a year, and I know this is the case for the most part. Usually twice a year they give out T6 coupons, and it's just a matter of like, do they give one or two? Because I know they're pretty generous sometimes. You know, just again, it just really depends on what we're gonna get, and nothing is set in stone, but. I have to hit the Corella console manual. It seems it doesn't hotkey. Not sure if that's local to my problem list. I do have the Corella on the main account. I can find out. I don't... Oh, no. I think... I want to say... Well, I don't fly my beamboats enough over there to know. Everything I fly beamboat is mostly because of Bob. So I gotta... I probably should buckle down at some point and, like, test some things over there. There's only so much time in a day. I wish I look, my eventual goal, and this is eventual, not like right this second, but my eventual goal will be to get to a point where I'm comfortable enough in life, whether it's through monetization on YouTube or whatever, to where I can become a full-time content creator. But it doesn't mean it's going to happen anytime soon. But it will be eventually. That's something that I will want to transition over to. But yeah, only so much time in a day right now, you know, working a 9 to 5 and then having to stream when I can and whatnot and make videos and play. It sucks. But we'll see. We'll see what happens in the future. Oh my gosh, Bob, what are we doing? Stop. You're going to die again. You are going to die again. I am just flying in, derping. I'm not even paying attention. This is why I did the things I did before, where I was like, if I die, y'all control the punishments. Because I'm not. This is what I get to. I get to a point where I'm just not paying attention. You know what I mean? I'm just flying into stupid stuff and just getting hammered because I'm not. You can get the Wani and Corella with restricted coupons this year. Can you? Oh, yeah, they were in the 15th anniversary. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. They should be in there. Oh, that's not a bad move. The chat while it lasts half the time. This will be a speed scroll. Hey, look, if the channel grows to that point, I'm okay with it. But you know, I am very humble and very happy with what I've grown to this day, and would like to obviously continue growing on this side of things. But even if I never do, I don't take it for granted. Like, I just don't, because I'm very lucky to even be in this position that I'm in the first place, and I enjoy the time that I have with everybody, and just, yeah, it's wonderful. So I mean, like, yeah, eventually, like I said, if I do continue to look, here's the reality of things too. This last month was wild on the YouTube side of things. In the last 30 days, we've gained over 110 subscribers in the last 30 days, which is great. I'm very happy about that. So I just, like, it's kind of cool to see that we're kind of moving in the right direction. And again, I'm not perfect, you know. I'm going to make mistakes and everything else, right? But along that way, we can have some fun with it. That's what it comes down to. Let's have some fun and let's see where we go. Yeah, so that's right. We can get the I cannot pull my head out my ass, guys. I can't. I cannot. I am such a detriment to this team right now. I am causing so many issues. I am failing miserably. Miserably, I am the problem. I have got to stop just flying in there, pewing my butt off like I'm on my main account. I cannot do that. I can't. I am. This is not an option for us, and we probably should cure our freaking injuries. That might help too. Holy crap! This is bad. I am terribly sorry for this team. Like, I am. Ugh. It's all me, folks. I am the problem. Personal, good sense of humor, self-aware. I think you'll do fine. Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. I really do. Like I said, I enjoy it. I'm blessed. I'm happy. I'm having a good time, and we're gonna just ride this train. We're gonna ride it and see how far we go with it this time. You know, we don't have any aspirations of leaving or whatever. We're riding this high. This is a good time. And it's a great time here. It's a great time here for us, especially here on STO. I think. I want to see where this game goes. I know we all do. We all want to see where this game goes, and I want to be there every step of the way. You know, I got tired of hiding for years and years and years behind excuses, and you know, just not being able to move forward with my own life to the point where I'm like, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm just gonna enjoy doing what I do. That's it. You know, I got nobody to blame for my fails but myself, and yeah, that's all there is to it. You're making these randoms famous. They're on the Bob show. Yeah, they're on the Bob show. Oh my gosh, he's gonna die again, dude. Look at this, Bob. Like, I know we changed your build a little bit, but we didn't change it that drastically. What are you doing, dying on freaking Pavo Advanced, bro. Like, if this was Elite, I would totally understand. And then I would be like, ah, yeah, Bob, like, you probably shouldn't be in here. But, bro, you're killing me right now. You're killing me, and you're dying. You're dying and killing me at the same time. We need to talk about your kinetic resistance issues here, because you're getting smacked around like a bitch. Oh, man. Bob. It's like we changed something. Oh, you know what? I didn't put that other isomag back on, and I think it's in my bank. It's okay. Oh yeah, that's the other problem that we're having. We don't even have like beam isomags on. We're just playing like the horrible noob that we really are, guys. I'm not a veteran at all. Are we using our brace for impact? No. Wait, are we? Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean, I probably clicked it like once or twice, but definitely not during a torpedo salvo for sure. Like at all. I can 100% say I am definitely not. I am definitely messing that up. 100%. Okay. Let's pretend like we know how to play STO for like 5 minutes, okay? Just like 5 minutes, Bob. Let's pretend like we're going to go back to Jozana, and we're going to either get you the right consoles that do damage for all your weapons, because you're probably not able to hit anything. I mean, look at you're getting like 400. That's the problem. You're boosting your disruptor weapon damage, but you have nothing else for your other damage. So that's a problem. Secondly, let's like not run in and make sure that when we do, we are hit and brace for impact, especially when we see a torpedo salvo or something like that. There you go. Look at that, Bob. You did good. That actually, there you go. There was a bunch of torpedoes that hit your hole. Good job. Look at, yep, we were prepared. We didn't die on that one. Ah, see, Bob, if we focus for like 5 seconds, you and I can do this, bro. And then you don't have to be sad anymore. Like, that was the thing. You were sad in yesterday's video, and it made me sad. All right, there we go. Look at that. We managed to make it. Yeah, 5 whole minutes. That's it. 5 whole. We made it. That was the worst run I've ever done on stream. 100%. I've had some bad runs, but that was it. Yeah, exactly. Attack from the edges, not flying directly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just running in all willy-nilly, and it's just, that was terrible on my part. Okay. I do need to move some more EC over, because I need EC to buy some consoles. Oh, we're gonna have to. Yeah, we're gonna have to. We might have to do a tour of the galaxy. Everything on here. What is this? I mean, why didn't this let me take it last time? I don't care if that one's gone. It's just a crafted one. Okay, there we go. There we go. 50,000. That's good. Yeah, we might have to do Tour Galaxy for sure, because I'm finally, after Twinkling Lights and then like moving the rest of this EC around, I'm finally hitting the point where our EC is out the window, and I gotta buy at least a couple of like beam rolled isomags, right? So yeah. Well, I want the isomags because of the fact of the extra weapon power. That's the reason why I want them. That's the honest truth. Deposit. Yeah. Oh man, that's it. We're broke. Okay. I just want to make sure. Do I have a reputation, or do I have duty officer assignments going? I don't. Oh my goodness. All right, hold on. Since we're here, we might as well go park him. No, we're not gonna park him here. We're gonna go pick up some reputation stuff real quick. We're taking a slight detour. We're gonna pick up some not reputation, some duty officer stuff real quick. Then we're gonna park him at Risa. because tomorrow he's gonna log in and do the Risa stuff on stream, right? So like I'm gonna use both Bob and him. So he's gonna go park at Risa, but we gotta go grab some duty officer stuff because he's actually doing these now. And his duty officer stuff. Oh, I actually got this one. Nice. There we go. So see, I'm actually building him in the background. Yo, where's my pop-up to go to the Undine Space Zone? Where is it at? Space Battle Zone. There we go. So then we go to Risa, park him there. Let me grab some duty officer stuff real quick. And I don't know why there we go. DOF assignments. All right, filter, show with met requirements. Send you. Oh, we don't get a whole heck of a lot over here. I mean, we'll get a couple things. Let's see, current map. Always wondered why somebody outrank crit consoles as a beginner with no crit. That's a very good question. I'd have to do the math on. Oh, we have an opportunity ahead of us now. What we could do is do 2 controlled environments. I would need to go to Starbase 239. That's a very good spot for a controlled environment. Or I could run the patrol at the Starbase one. Anyways, what we could do. Eric, I've got to run for now. They'll be back. Okay, sounds good, Eric. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. I appreciate you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your night. What we could do, going back on what Epoch was just saying, is we could pick up a full set of consoles for the crit damage, run a minute-long combat parser, get the parse time with that on screen, and then run a minute long with the isomags and see which one balances where. Because I don't know if you're going to want the more... Well, Bob's a Romulan alien, so he's got SROs, and his crit chance as it is, I think, sits at like 30-something% without even the Endeavor. Let me see what's the Endeavors, which we hit 29 today. So he only has 0.5% crit chance right here, right? So he doesn't even have that high of a crit chance on his Endeavors. So I think he's only at like 35% with the SROs and his own points in the crit chance and whatnot and what's on his consoles, right? So the Spire consoles, they don't offer beams, just individual. Oh no. Wait. I think they do offer beams. I think they offer beams, cannons, torpedoes, mines, and then the flavors. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost certain they do. I think they do. I think they have a beams, cannons, torpedoes, mines, and then it's flavors. Because I know for a fact you can buy torpedoes outright. And then you can buy, of course, quantum, photon, all that, right? So I could be... bro, you're making me question reality here. I mean, I could find out one way or another. It does make me wonder. I am very genuinely concerned now or here's the thing. We really could just double dip on the damage, I think. You think Epoch is right? Okay. Well, we're going to find out one way or another. I forgot we get that box of duty officers, so that should give us some more open ones. Okay, it didn't, but it's fine. We're just going to slot up a bunch of this stuff. Then we're going to go sit over Risa. No, not the Discovery, the Fleet Spire consoles, the ones that vulnerability locators and vulnerability locators, those consoles from your fleet store. What they do is either they give you crit chance or crit severity plus whatever the flavor weapon type is. But I'm almost certain there is a beam one. Okay. You know what? Since we're already here, let's just do this. Let me go back to the ground and then back up and then back to the... I guess I should have just gone back to the entrance. It's fine. I'll just go back. Yeah. And I'll just go jump over to Spire. We're already here on this character. And we got to leave this area anyways. So let's go see. Let's go see if there is. Because I think this fleet has them. Wait, am I in a fleet on this character? Oh no. I think I put myself in a fleet on here. I hope I did. Yep. Okay, I did. All right. All right, let's go see if let me just leave here. Let me leave here and go back. No, I know we can't use them at the same time, but what I'm saying is we can double dip on them because you can use the Draeneur consoles and ISO mags at the same time. If you wanted to go that free to play route, you can do that. Draeneur consoles and whatnot can. Colony consoles, yes. But you would have to, like you said, get the flavors. But I'm almost certain Spire ones do. So we're going to come over here to the Spire. I'm almost certain they do. If they don't, I am definitely wrong, and I'm okay with that if I'm wrong, but I want to double check. I just want to double check. Because I know for a fact that they have torpedoes and mines, and then you can also get flavored torpedoes and mines on here too. So the Spire consoles have beams, cannons, etc. Just check. I thought so. I just gonna go visually confirm it. Thank you, Nisharu, but I thought they did. I thought for a fact that they had beams and cannons, and then they actually had the flavor types on there. It's only the Spire consoles that do, but the Colony consoles do not. And Epoch is correct on that. They do not. They are only by flavor. So we can, for a fact, either get all Spire ones. Yeah, we can get all Spire ones, and we can test the fact that, like, oh, look at, dude, the camera bugged out again. I love it. I love when it does that. Dock at the Spire. Okay, so let's go see. So I gotta see. I'm just gonna price out. I think they're, how much dilithium is each one? 8,500, and then it's like well, I don't know if this has any discounts either. I don't know what this fleet's level is at, to be fair. I think each one is like 12,000 fleet credits or something like that. So we need to price out just to see what we need to spend on Bob, or how would we do it. Gotta love the loading times sometimes. It's freaking wild. All right, there we go. Let's go see what we need to store. Yeah, it's 50,000 and 8,000, but there's beams right here. I know it's like grayed out and hard to see, but it's 100% beams. So there's beams, cannons, mines, torpedo, and then they have all the flavors underneath there. So we'd have to do 50,000 fleet credits, and then this discounted off is 9,600. But this fleet doesn't have all the discounts and everything, so it's probably a lot less for Bob. But there we go. So we could do that. It's a possibility. We could do that. We could run the vulnerabilities and get rid of the ISO mags and fill them with other stuff, right? Oh, that's true. That's right. You can, yeah, I forgot. You can do that as well. Potterman's correct. You can run the Discovery and the ISO mags too. So you can run Discovery ISO mags, or you can run ISO mags and Colony, but you cannot run Fleet Spire and ISO mags at all, which is just an odd turn of events. But yes, you can do that. Is 100% correct. So we have options. It's just a matter of like how we want to do it, right? Wait, they have directed energy? Does it really? Does it have directed? No way. I thought Colony was only flavored. If it has direct energy mobs on there, oh dude, now everything just we can't go to anywhere else, can we? Like, we can't travel from here to the Colony, I don't think. Let me see what traffic control says outside. I don't think so. A little less crit chance. So that's what I mean. It's like we have options all across the board. We really do. And the thing is Bob's like flavor options are going to be very limited anyways, because of the fact that like he's not going to be getting a whole lot of universal consoles, right? You bought a disruptor colony console for nothing. That's why I said I want to go jump over to colony just to like double confirm. I think the Sharo's spot on though. He's definitely like I'm not questioning it whatsoever. I just want to price that out. I want to see what we are looking at. Traffic control. We cannot. Okay. Do I go to Colony World from here? Can I go to Colony World? I can go to Defura. I cannot go to Colony World because this fleet is not. Oh wait, there it is, Draenor. Sorry. There we go. Let's go over here. Let me go see. Like 0.3%. That's a huge difference. Oh. I just transwarped over there. I was going to try and use the traffic system, but it's okay. I just transwarped over there. It's fine. We don't really use a transwarp system much anyway, so because we use the story jumping method, but this will work. This is fine. 10K dilithium was just there and 50K fleet. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Is that how do I say your name? Is that Filtron? Is that correct? Am I saying that correctly? If not, hey, I butcher things. I apologize. But thank you. 10K dilithium and 50K fleet. Okay. So same kind of deal. We would have to have fleet discounts. We're gonna look at I'm gonna look at Bob's options here. And not the Jem'Hadar, who we've inadvertently named Steve. But we're gonna figure out with Bob. Do we go? Which way do we go with this? Do we go? Man, these loading times for like fleet places is wild. And I know why it's so long because every fleet has different unlocks and blah blah blah, and it takes a second to load all that stuff. But still, it's just a lot. Just a lot of a loading time. But so we need we could go Isomags and Colony. And the Colony, tactical consoles, Phaser, kinetic, Tetrion, Tricle, directed energy sure is. Look at that. All right, so directed energy. Wait, why is that saying Tricobalt? Wait, what? Oh, no. Okay, I see. Hold on. Directed energy right here. There we go. Wait. They're all 5.3% directed energy weapon damage, but they have a secondary... Oh, I don't know if I like that. They don't have an actual 31.9% direct energy. Yikes. Okay, maybe that's not a good idea. Because basically you're having to pick the flavor, right? You're having to pick the flavor and then add an additional direct energy. I was thinking if they had 31.9% like they do on the Spire consoles, right? That's where I was kind of thinking at. Yeah, the colors is just horrible. The color scheme is horrible. That purple and gray do not mesh well at all. Especially if you don't have the credits, right? If you don't have I'm trying to find I don't even have like anything. Yeah, that is a horrible like blend. And like the only way I can make it work is if I hover over the actual like console itself, which is ridiculous. It shouldn't look like that. I agree. There's no way we can actually change those colors, is there? I don't think so. Not under... Yeah, I mean, we got our settings here, but there's no way to change other than... Hold on. We could change the color palette. Let me see if I change it to... If I go Klingon... Nope, it's still that gray and purple. That's horrible. There's the worst one. Actually, this one works on this color scheme, though. Look at this. I hate Discovery. I'm just going to push OK. I hate Discovery, but it actually works on this one. Like, it makes it a lot more legible because everything is so dark here. Like, that's okay in this aspect. Otherwise, I hate the Discovery scheme. Dyson Rep has tactical consoles with beams and cannons along with the boost to proton. Oh boy, do I have stories about that proton console. The old proton consoles. Is there any other ones that look good? TNG's not too bad. Oh, I kind of like that one. It's not too terrible. It's a little bit bright there, but it's not too terrible at all. I kind of prefer the TNG layout. That it just doesn't work with the Jim Hadar, the Gamma Recruit one. It doesn't look good at all. Let me see. 23rd Century Federation. Let me see how that one looks. That one's okay. It's funny enough is Discovery looks the best with this blank menu. It really does. It looks the best on there. That's kind of odd because I hate the way Discovery looks for the most part. Oops. You like the Klingon orange? Was it the Klingon Classic? Oh no! Oh that. Oh I like that one. You were thinking this one, yeah. I mean, this one's looks nice anyways. I'm used to this one because my main is a KDF, so I mean I'm used to this one. It does look good. It does look clean on here. We'll probably just keep this one. I like this one, and I like the Discovery for the looking at the menu part of it. I don't like everything else about Discovery, but I'm used to KDF because we play KDF all the time. Okay. We only have like 50 minutes, so let me go and park, and then we got to do a little bit more work on Bob. Grab at least a couple of the isomags for tonight, and then we'll get him over to Risa. Return to sector space. I don't even know where it's gonna put me at. It might put me inside sphere space. It might put me outside of sphere space in the beta quadrant. Oh no, I'm in the alpha quadrant. Oh, it put me outside. Oh.
Little on this sector is known to us or our allies.
Well then,
Contact with the sector's most prominent inhabitants, the First Federation. They are somewhat enigmatic, but encouraging, especially where Tranya is concerned.
let's do. See, I'm trying to think what's it. Let's go. Yeah, let's transwarp to here. That's outside ESD, and then we'll just drop down to Risa. Yep, there we go. All right, quick little hop and skip down here. Close enough. All right, so we'll park him there. He can be ready for tomorrow. He doesn't need anything else out here. Oh, and we still need to complete a new Romulus alert mission. Well, we have technically tomorrow to do that too, but I don't know if I'm going to do it tomorrow because we're going to be doing the Risa stuff, right? So I don't know. Maybe I should do it tonight. Damn it, man. Like I said, there's just not enough time in a day, ever. Like, there's so much I want to get done. It's so funny. Isn't it weird how STO is that type of game that it's like, you find stuff to do. And then you're like, oh, I want to get this done. Oh, I need to get this done. But then, like, sometimes there's just nothing to do. How weird is that? This is the only game I've ever played that's kind of like that, where it's like, oh, yeah, I just log in, do my dailies, do my endeavors, log off. That's fine, whatever. And then all of a sudden you're like, shit, I got to do this. Oh, I got to do this. Oh, I got to start building this character this way. Oh, I got to run this reputation. Oh, I got to do this. It's so weird how that is sometimes. And then, like I said, tomorrow starts Risa and everything. So no beams or cannon. There goes ISO colony build on my. Yeah, so unfortunately, yeah, the colony consoles only have the direct energy modifier or whatever, the kinetic modifier at the 5.9% level or 5.3% level. And that's underneath the flavor. So if you had like phasers and whatever. So yeah, unfortunately on your rainbows, I think you're either stuck ISO and Dyson or ISO and Discovery ISO, and yeah, those are, I think, your only options as far as those are concerned. And then if not, you do the exact opposite and run Spire and Discovery, or Spire and Dyson or something. So that's the unfortunate aspect of that. And I get why some of these things are locked, and sometimes I don't. You know, like you all don't have a problem with putting in a lot of power creep from Universal consoles, but you're going to knock us down when it comes to mixing and matching certain consoles in game. Okay, all right, that's fine. I'll play your game, Cryptic. I don't mind. But yeah, let's get the right consoles, at least a couple of them here on Bob. And then we'll move Bob over to Risa, and we will get him set for the summer event tomorrow. Because, like I said, tomorrow, depending on whether or not the dilithium buyout price is reasonable, will depend on whether or not I actually buy it out on the main account. And then I will let you all know. And then we'll start off on stream with the Gomtuu, and then we'll transition over to running the Risa events for Bob. So it just really depends. It depends on how much I'm willing to waste my dilithium on my main account. Yeah. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Oh yeah, wait. I wanted to bank, and I keep opening the exchange. I don't know why. That's my only beef with Uncon. Weapons should be doing the damage. So my counter argument to that is I agree to a certain extent. I think, and I know this is unpopular, I think if they went back to the quote-unquote Holy Trinity system, that Uncon should only have been effective towards science officers. Or if the Uncon was to affect other characters, it should only affect it in the aspect of, like, consoles that do affect, like, beam damage and stuff like that. I think they should have kind of done it to where basically not every captain can do exactly what every other captain should do. Because it kind of took away the whole dynamic of being unique, or actually it really brought it down to where you're not unique at all, right? Because like a tactical captain can do what a science captain can, an engineer can do what a tactical captain can, etc., etc., etc. Now it's all depending on traits and mods and stuff. So I don't know. I wish, like, because unconventional systems gave science officers the ability to use like science-based consoles in a more effective manner, because a lot of science abilities, they don't really hit that hard. They just don't. Like, yeah, they tick after time, and they'll tick off your secondary deflector procs and stuff like that, but they don't hit anywhere near as hard as a beam weapon damage can do. So Uncon essentially allowed science officers to use that EPG and tie it into consoles and everything, which is great. Spiral wave disruptors buff off phaser buffs? Well, because they had the two. Well, I know not with the spiral modifier. That's essentially damage times 2. But do spiral wave disruptors have a thing? Isomags and Haste for King, now Domino's obsolete, and Isomags are out of the meta in under a year. Yeah, that's kind of. I'm trying to think. Hold on, I'm trying to think. I don't want to leave Filtrum hanging here. I'm trying to think. I don't remember. I haven't used spiral waves in a minute. I have a Cardassian ship with the spiral waves. I'm trying to think. Are they buffed by phaser buffs as well? I want to say he's not wrong, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. I'd have to log into that character to know for sure. I know they got, they're essentially the best disruptor weapons, arguably, because of the fact that they can be rolled as a damage times 5. It registers phaser damage endeavors. I want to say maybe, but I'm not 100% sure on that. And I don't have the exact answer, so I don't want to feed you any bullshit as far as that's concerned. I want to say maybe, though. I would have to, like I said, I'd have to jump on that character to know for sure what that answer is, unless somebody else in chat knows for a certain fact that that is the case. But I haven't used Spiral Wave. I don't have them on this character for sure. I haven't used them in a minute. I haven't done a disruptor build in a long time. Like a raw disruptor, Spiral Wave disruptor build, I should say. But they are arguably the best disruptors in the game, as far as in terms of pure damage. They're the only ones that can be rolled to essentially a damage times 5. It does do random. Okay, very nice. Well, that's cool then. I mean, like, that's good to know. Isomags and haste or King Now Domino's absolutely nice. That's the thing. That's what I said. I feel like it's a little bit controversial for me to say this, and I'm okay with being that controversial person. I just feel like Uncon itself, that meta should have only been tied to science players or science builds, I guess. Like anything science EPG build. I think they should have tied it to that. And I know that's kind of biased, and I understand that, but my bias comes from a point of I am no longer a unique captain. I am no longer a science character when a tactical officer can do everything I can do. An engineer can do everything I can do. So it's no longer you lose your class identity at that point. Uncon made it wildly console dependent, and I should say Uncon, the harmony trait and everything has made everything like console dependent, right? So it just kind of bites, and it does bite because now basically if you're not running the Uncon Vovin, harmony trio, you technically are, I mean, like, you can run whatever you want. You can run whatever you want. What I'm saying is you technically are setting yourself aside from the quote-unquote meta, and you're also just able to do everything that everybody else can do, which is run X amount of universal consoles and spam them left and right. So, yeah. You must have had a phaser omni equipped somewhere else. Just looked at those Spiral Wave. Just not sure if phaser ISO console buffed them, but don't have a DPS tracker installed to test. That's fair enough. Yeah, I would have to, like I said, I'd have to jump on that character and double check. But if it's flavored as if it's flavored, if it says it's disruptor only damage on the actual Spiral Wave, it might only be buffed by disruptor. But if there is a hidden exchange inside of it, like if it is counting towards phaser damage and you have nothing on your ship that's giving off phaser damage, then it might be something that, I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that I'd put it past Cryptic for anything. They have a history of coding things that are a little bit off the wall. All right, so let me grab this, and then I'm gonna kind of get nervous on the harmony. I bought it for 1.1 billion. And I don't think I could sell it for that. What is the harmony going for right now? I bought one as well, but I bought it a little bit later on or earlier on, so I think I paid like 1.3 billion for it. But I bought it for. There's 14 on an exchange that haven't moved in a month. I think that's because a lot of people are in fear of the watch list. I really do. I think that's the big thing that there's kind of put a fear in some people, and it could be a justified fear. I really do believe. Let me see what the harmony is going for. Yeah, 1.195 million, and there's 12. Yeah, so there's 12 here on the exchange that. When I bought mine, there was only 3 of them on the exchange because it was very popular to have when it first came out, right? So there was only 3, and I paid like 1.3 something billion for it. But I think that's why I said, like, I feel like I lost my class identity to having this, plus having the Vovin, plus having Uncon, right? Like, it just now it's like, why do I bother to build just raw EPG if I can just build everything that buffs weapon damage, or buffs not just weapon damage, but buffs like does all this weapon damage and stuff, like, or using like shield frequency overload from the Breen ship, right? So like, well, if I just spam all this stuff and get ridiculous numbers, why would I build any other way? But I go back to going, well, I don't have to build for the meta. I just want to build what I enjoy playing. But if I did want to build for the meta, there's only like one specific way to go, and that's to spam the highest damaging output consoles as much as you possibly can, and that's pretty much it. And throw a little bit of like flavored beam stuff in there on top of it, right? But like, yeah, it's just wild. It really is. It's a wild transition that we had. You forgot you had broadside console on, yeah. It's okay. It happens. I mean, like I said, unless it's said otherwise, it's usually. I mean, but I wouldn't put it past. Like I said, I wouldn't put it past Cryptic. They have done some stuff in the past where, let's get some beam consoles here. But did I not take out? Wait a second. I deposited my EC. Damn it. I deposited it instead of withdrawing it. I was like, why can't I buy these? Account bank. Withdraw. Okay, there we go. All right. Not all items are to be nerfed. Explain what it is about. Oh yeah, no, I thoroughly watched that stream. In fact, I put it in one of my videos this past week about the stream and exactly about like well, we were talking about the dilithium cost of stuff. So I 100% watched the stream. I'm saying people are probably still okay. It's a trust issue. It really is. And this is not anything against anybody in particular, but in the past when we've been told, oh, we're not going to nerf this or whatever, and then it got nerfed and it got nerfed heavily, it kind of put us like a sour taste in some people's mouths, right? It did. And because it did that, I think there's a lot of distrust in the community that when they hear, oh, it's not a nerf list, it's this. I think there's a lot of people that are like, yeah, we've lived through Delta Rising on here. We've lived through the Proton Console nerfs. We've lived through Plasmonic Leech nerf. We've lived through all this stuff before. And I think a lot of the thing is again, like I'm going to play devil's advocate on both sides of the fence here. I think a lot of it is we're hearing what they're saying. We're hearing that they're saying, oh, that doesn't mean that this is a nerf list and that we're just watching these items because they're performing so high. But I think in some people's heads, it's also like, yeah, okay, you told us that before, you know, well, something to that effect before, and it happened before, and now all of our stuff was useless. So I think there's a little skepticism going on. And probably justifiably so. I really do believe that. Right, we're going to take all this stuff off. I'm definitely not salvaging these or getting rid of them because you know, they're rolled. But we are going to put them in the bank. And then we will use the few Phoenix upgrades just to get these up. We're not going to be concerned by modifier. I don't have any accelerators, but I need to get them up to at least a Mark 12. So one or two of these per each one should be okay. But I just need to make sure that they're up enough to do. Hey, that one rolled over. Nice. Okay. Claim item. Okay. Let's go. Should be one more. Claim. Upgrade. There we go. All right. That one's marked 12, and that rolled over. I just want to make sure that we have some damage output on them, right? So yeah. Don't care about nerfs just when they cash in and so that they are powerful is dodgy. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. It's like there's a. I think that's what I'm saying. Is like overall there is a little bit of a sense of like distrust. I think a little bit, and I hate that because it's kind of like, you know, you guys are Cryptic's doing good right now. They are, and there's no denying that. There's no denying that they're doing a good job right now. But their past has left a lot of people with trust issues, and that's okay. It's okay that they had these trust issues because of the fact that they deserve to have these trust issues. They've gone through some stuff. They've lost some valuable items to being nerfed or things that were said were going to happen, didn't happen. So it's okay to have these trust issues, but Cryptic has to rebuild that trust, and they need to rebuild that trust by basically doing what they say and say, like, look, this is just a watch list. We're not necessarily going to nerf this stuff. We're going to see about adding options. If they do that, I think that gives them a bigger win than what they're already running right now. And like I said, they're on a roll. They're doing good. I want to give them credit where credit's due, but it's okay to be skeptical as well. So, I remember those. I hated it. Played since release. Recently, they had been more reasonable with the nerfing, in my opinion. I have some faith in them. Exactly, and I do too. I have faith in them. I do. And I think they're doing good for the most part, right? So as long as they keep up that good work and they show us players, like I think they genuinely do care about this game and they don't want to see it fail. I don't think anybody has that mindset over there at Cryptic, right? And I think they really are just, you know, trying their best as best they can anyways, with what they got. So and remember, their development team's a lot smaller now. It's a lot smaller. Okay, there we go. So now we have all the right deals here for right now. And it's okay. They're going to be a little janky, a little bit, but they're all at least putting in some beam damage. So with our flavor of beams, we actually have some stuff going here. So we're not, you know, hurting over here. We're not just buffing disruptor damage when we have multiple damage types going now. All right, so that takes care of that. Then tomorrow I'll take the rep box and hopefully get a Romulan plasma or something beam array here instead of this dual cannon, but we'll keep this there for now. I think it's okay to keep this omnidirectional disruptor beam just because we don't. I mean, I don't know. I guess we could find an anti-proton beam array. Maybe we could do that, but it still escapes me that testing isn't even an afterthought. Then there's making bank for years on items they all of a sudden are watching. Other than that, good times. Yeah, and look, exactly. That's what it comes down to. You're right. Absolutely. There's no denying that. There's nothing wrong by anything that you said in that statement whatsoever. They've been making money for years and years and years, and all of a sudden, you know, like, oh, hi, by the way, guys, like this stuff, it's on the watch list, and it's hard to say like what's going on behind closed doors. So I'm trying my best to not just be like the negative Nancy and going like, oh, you guys are just wrong in this. But at the same time, I'm a little bit skeptical, but I do think they are overall, they're doing good. Overall, they're doing good. I hope things are going to continue this route, and I hope they stick true to their word. I really do. They should just put casual on Zen wages as a tester. I mean, look, hey, Spencer. I think Spencer does a very good job at thoroughly testing ships and definitely giving a lay of the land as far as you know, how certain things go. What is crazy to me is when he makes this stuff known early on, especially when he applies some of the builds he does early on, that they don't take that and go, oh, well, you know, like that's way overperforming. Then they wait for everybody to go through and buy it because Spencer did put this build together, or somebody else did, not just Spencer, but somebody else did, or whatever, and they go, oh yeah, no, now is the time to, and I get that's where the sentiment comes from, is like, oh, now that you guys spent all the Zen on it, now we're putting it on the watch list. And I'm like, bro, no, like, don't do that. Like, y'all should be doing that really early on if you are. I mean, I know, here's the thing. I know for a fact, I know this for a fact because I've been in communication with some of the Cryptic employees. They watch our stuff. They do. They watch our stuff. And I appreciate them watching our stuff. They watch a good majority of content creator stuff. Even if you don't think they're watching, they will probably at some point tell you that they are watching something of yours. So I know for a fact that they watch Spencer's stuff. I know that they have watched a couple of my stuff. I know that they have watched multiple other content creators. And this also comes down to the time that they have to watch things too, right? They're very busy. They're developing whatever, and they're, you know, they've got a small development team. But when they do have the time to watch, you know, people's content, they will watch it. So it is crazy to me that sometimes I think, okay, I know for a fact that you're watching Spencer's stuff, or you're watching, and these are guys that are like on the higher end of spectrum of building things than even myself, where I'm more or less focused on the new player experience type of things. I'm more focused on the beginning aspects of the game than I am the end aspects of the game, because the end is always changing. I like to be more central on, like, how do you get to that end point, right? That's more or less what the focus is over here on this channel, is like, how do we build to get to that end point, and how do we get there, either doing it free to play or buying outright, stuff to that nature. But Spencer and them, they're at that end game stage where they're just like, hey, this ship came out, let's test it. And I'm like, Great. Let's see what you guys come up with. And it's wild to me that they don't take that and go, wow, we released this and this console's really freaking powerful, or this trait's really powerful. Like, you guys are already doing this in ISE or whatever. Like, this could be a problem. And instead they wait 6 to 7 months to turn around. Like, that's exactly what they did with the Harmony and stuff, right? And they wait, and then they go, okay, well, guys, just so you know, this is on our we're eyeballing this, and it's like, ugh. Guys, come on. Look, work with us here a little bit, right? We get it. I get it 100%. Things perform, and they perform hard, but you milked the cow at that point. You milked us, and now you're saying that cow's no longer going to give us milk, and we want the milk. The milk is good, but now you're going to go and slaughter it? You're going to go slaughter the cow? Like, come on, man. Like, it's a bad analogy. I'm just saying that's exactly what's happening there. I agree about nerfing the item after it's been out. Yeah, exactly. I really wish they would stop. Exactly. Like, I don't want them to do that at all. I don't. I would like for them to give us options, and I hope that's what they do. And that's what it sounds like they're going to do. I know we're kind of beating this dead horse, but we're only got like 20 minutes left on stream, so we're kind of winding down. I'm going to go put Bob over Risa, but I want them to give us options. I want us to have more ways to build out than just nerf everything. Let us build out to, and I think that's the sentiment. I'm hoping that's the correct sentiment that they're going with. Let us build out, and just add a refund bot on ESD. I mean, maybe. I just don't know how many people would go through and I don't know how that would work, because the game knows your transactions, right? So it would know if like you actually spent dilithium, would it refund you dilithium, or if you spent with a credit card, would it refund your money? That would be weird. I don't know how that would work. That would be an interesting layout, and I don't know if they'd be willing to do that, or they'd be able to do that, but who knows? But maybe if they just refunded everything to like the cost equivalency of what you paid for that, so you could potentially purchase something else, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. Not sure how that would work. But yeah, I think they're going to do the right thing. I hope so. I don't want to be burned by them. They don't intentionally want to burn their player base, and I don't think like y'all definitely don't want to be burned by them, but it's just like getting to a point now where it's like they have to do something. They have to do something right here. And if they need a win, they need to win a lot through 2026, especially after reacquiring the game back, right? They need to win. And I think if they continue the route that they're going, the way they've tackled 2026 so far, they're going to. If they even deviate slightly throughout this year, I think that's going to be more harm to this game. I think it's going to hurt the player base. It's going to hurt everybody else. You're one of the schmucks that bought the POV and Omni for 4Ks in, so let's see what they do. I did as well. Sure did. I was not around during. That was during my break. I was for my year break. They dropped the POV and Omni, and I didn't have it, so I did. I bought it. But I did the same thing. I waited for a mud sale, and then I got it on a mud sale. So I'm right there with you. And look, I get it, and it sucks, right? Because like your money, which way you did it, whether you grinded dilithium or you spent $40, whichever way you did it, is now on an item that could be potentially could be. I'm not saying it is. I don't want anybody taking this out of context. I'm just saying it could potentially be nerfed. And at that point, you got to sit there and go, well, damn, that's a monetary valued item that I purchased one way or another, and now it's nerfed. And I think they understand that too. So I'm trying, like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I think any reasonable person understands that. And I think they go, okay, this omnidirectional is best in slot right now. It is absolutely best in slot. There is no other omnidirectional that performs. So we have to make choices here. And one of those choices could be, yeah, we nerf it and put it on par with every other useless omni in the game right now. Which, I mean, an omni's only there for the fact that you have 360-degree firing arc. That's it. There's no Omni that you're sitting there slotting going, this is best in slot because of the 2.5% chance proc rate. You're not doing that. You're just doing it for the 360, and it's a beam array, and it hits slightly harder than a turret. That's it. That's it. That's the only reason why you do it. So they have an option, and their option is we nerf it, put it on par with everything else, and every single person throws a fit and goes, great, you nerfed our only freaking thing that we actually paid $40 for one way or another. Or even if you were, you do what you want with your money, but if you were desperate, and I mean if you were absolutely desperate, you could have paid $150 for it off the Muds Market sale, which I do not recommend you doing, but maybe you wanted it that bad. I don't know. I'm not the boss of your money. I'm just saying, if you did, you paid either $150 or you paid $40. So either way, you did that. It gets nerfed. It makes this item no longer a purchasable item inside the Muds Market, so they lose money off of any future investments at all. Nobody's going to purchase it if it's nerfed, and if the community knows it's nerfed, they're not going to purchase it. So what's the point? I think they have the biggest win ahead of them right now. You start introducing other things like the Pavo, or bringing the other Omnis kind of up in line to the Pavo, maybe just like slightly off of the Pavo, making the Pavo have the resonance charge proc being its like little bit of flavor, but also making it to where it's like, okay, look, these other Omnis, they have another kind of proc that you could play around with and use, and they're either the free to play ones that are already in the game, so you kind of buff them up a little bit, or you add other Omni sets into the game that are on par with this Pavo set and make them unique. And now all of a sudden you have options. And then maybe at that point people will be like, okay, look, $40. I could either have the Pavo set, or I could have is there another Omni in here? I don't know if there is or not. I can't think of what's all in here. Does the Protostar have an Omni? I know it has so the Protostar Omni. There we go. I knew it did. All right. I can have the Protostar Omni, which, by the way, who the hell slots the Protostar Omni? Nobody does. You know what they say in law? Drunkenness is not a defense in exchanges and contracts. I mean, yeah, that's true. That is very true. So, I mean, again, like, no matter which way you obtained it, no matter what the case is, like, you would just essentially, I guess what I'm saying is, if you nerf the Pavin set, you cut off your supply chain for any future potential purchases, and you kill your trust again at that point. You kill your trust within the community at that point, because they will no longer want to buy any other items inside Muds Market, because Muds Market is generally looked at as a premium purchase, especially in the fear of missing out on events, right? So Bob's set for tonight. We're gonna go spend like 20 minutes on the main account. Not even 20 minutes, just a little bit of time over there. We're gonna go jump over to the main account. Bob is set. He's ready for Risa tomorrow. Okay. And as I said, we're getting ready to wrap up here. We got about 20 minutes left. If you're on the Twitch side of things, let me know. I know a couple people are watching through Twitch right now. If there's another STO player that's streaming and we want to raid them this time of night, let me know. If not, if we don't see anybody, it's fine. But we're going to jump onto the main account real quick, because I did purchase a lot of stuff over here. But yes, exactly. If they go by the buyer beware philosophy, they kill the revenue. Exactly. So we're going to jump over here, because I'm already sitting at Risa for tomorrow too. So you go over here, Muds Market, right? And you can see I have a few items from Muds Market, mainly just stuff that I've missed on this account while I was on my break. But if this stuff gets nerfed, which is essentially everything that's quote unquote considered meta right now, in one form or another, like my Imperial Ref set is definitely great for science officers, right? The Pavo set, we know why I have it. Dilithium harmonics, if my warp core gets nerfed, if any of this stuff gets nerfed that I have essentially purchased to, and I know people have purchased way more than what I have, right? But if any of this stuff gets nerfed, any future items in this store, I will no longer buy at all. And this is just on the Muds market side of things, okay? This is just on the Muds market side of things. I will no longer purchase anything from them at that point because I will be at the fear of I can't buy anything that I know is just going to essentially last for a couple months and then it gets nerfed. And I need to move dilithium around anyway. So yeah, see, look, there's a bunch of favors sitting here too. So yeah, we're like really prepared for tomorrow. I got to move more dilithium around, but it's like I said, depends on how much million dilithium is going to cost me. I think I'm sitting at like 3 something on here. So if it's more than 3 something million, we probably won't get it. I don't know. We'll decide. But I think Cryptic knows that. I feel like they have to know that. I feel like they have to know that if they do that, they're going to kill off their player base, right? They're going to kill off their revenue. They're going to kill off their player base because people are going to no longer want to play even at that point because they're going to go, well, you nerfed all my stuff into the ground and I was having fun with this stuff, so now I don't want to play anymore. So you're gonna kill 2 fronts at that point. Their best choice in this matter is to offer options, and whatever those options take, right? Well, we might as well just start moving. We'll move dilithium, I guess, for the little bit here that we have, only because yeah, we're not really doing anything. I guess I'll go park characters at Risa too, the rest of them. The only one I'm not going to park at Risa is the KDF character of mine, because I do my endeavors on there. It has to be at least 3 million dilithium for the buyout. Well, and that's the thing. So we mapped this out the last week on stream, right? And I said it basically comes down to this. If you look at any of the Muds market, right? Or, well, okay, so these are like FOMO event ships, right? But when they go on sale to 4,500 Zen, I believe, right? So these are old event ships, right? The Sendarian Defender, which I have, and I don't need that. But what I'm saying is like, so you come over here to the store, go to exchange, put dilithium to 500, and if you type in 4,500, that's 2.25 million, which is the cost of the Sendarian Defender on sale. Or I think maybe it's 4,750. Maybe that's what it is. I think it's 4,750. Still, either way, that's what it costs on sale. To me, that's reasonable. To me, I think that's reasonable, because that's what it would cost me anyways to buy the Sendarian Defender. Okay. Now, if you were to go up as high as their premium buyout option, as far as not on sale, it's 15,000. That's 7.5 million. And here's the thing: at 15,000 Zen for one ship, I don't know if they can justify that over the cost of an entire bundle. An entire bundle is 15,000, right? An entire bundle is not. And at that point, I wouldn't pay 7.5 million. I'm just being honest with y'all. I wouldn't pay 7.5 million. I would pay 2 point something million, and maybe even 3 million. Yes, I would pay that, because at that point, it maths out correctly to what it costs to get this on sale. So I that's where I'm aiming at. I'm aiming at a potential this price somewhere in here. If they do it anywhere from this 2.3 to at the maximum 3 million, because 3 million would give us 6,000 Zen, I guess I could be okay with that. It's a $60 ship, fine, whatever. For an event ship. I don't like it, but that's the highest amount I'd be willing to pay. And that's meaning that I can pay that amount, right? Otherwise, anything beyond that point to me is very hard to justify. It's very hard for any player to justify that, because the ship is not, it is not the greatest ship in the world. It is a decent ship. It is a decent ship, but it is not the greatest ship in the world. And so to me, the price option on that, we move 500, almost 500,000 on here. 495761. Oh, whoops! I meant to put that as that, and then 495761. I have to break this up. It's too much. Okay, let's just do 5,000. Oh my gosh, I can only list 125. I still don't think I think I could do it at 50, right? Nobody's gonna sell Zen at 50. Okay. I mean, I guess I could put it at the normal amount rate, because then it wouldn't. What about 100? Here we go. We can do 90. 95. 97. 90. Just trying to, yeah, okay. 98. 98 would be good. No, all right, there we go. I'm just trying to figure out the way to move this whole mass amount without, like, yeah. Marketing is nothing if not total war. Yeah, exactly. It's a huge. It's gonna be a mess tomorrow to see what is what. Okay, I did you. I think I need you. Yeah. And not to mention, I have to run this event on 4 different accounts. Right? I have to run this on 4 different. Well, I don't have to. I'm going to run this on 4 different accounts. So remember, I also have 2 console accounts, but I'm not going to buy it out on console. I just refuse to buy out. I refuse to put any money into console, any more money, I should say. Yeah. You just do 500. I think I'm just like old school thinking. Like I'm used to keeping it at 25. You're right. It's not going to go anywhere at 500. You're absolutely right, because of the fact it takes so long to move it. It's just I'm very like stuck in old habits, right? That's what it is. I'm just stuck, and it's something I need to break the habit of. Oh yeah. See, I'm building up this other gamma recruit back here too. What are you at? Okay, rank 4, rank 3, rank 3, rank 2, rank 3, rank 2. Yeah, this one's almost. It's not enough time in a day. Just gotta do what you can. Oh, I didn't even move chat to freaking Risa, did I? I just moved the EC. It's fine. It's fine. It's that time of night. Nice thing about Summer Event is it's fast and you earn the best football currency all the while. Yeah, exactly. Like it is fast, and like I said, I will probably do it on 3 accounts. To be fair, I probably won't touch it on the 4th account. We'll see how much time I have. That's the problem. It's just time, and the thing is it's like I have multiple characters spread out across different accounts, right? So this account has like 5 right now until I put the Delta recruits on here. Then I'll have 8. One of my accounts has 21 characters. Bob's account has 2. My other account has like 13 characters on there. And it's like, how much do I want to run it is what it comes down to, where it's all split across, right? Like, how much do I want to run it? And I just, at the end of the day, I'm like telling myself I don't want to run it that much. So I'm going to buy out what I can and what I want on this account right here, because this is the one I'm like heavily focused on. Is this one is rebuilding this PC account, and I'd rather just buy out what I don't have to worry about here, and then like move stuff around to wherever I need it. But like console is the one where I'm like the only reason. Okay, so I don't know if I told you guys this. Maybe I did. But the only reason I keep active with the console account as far as events are concerned is because if for God whatever reason, if I'm holding on to like a little bit of hopium, I call it, right? If for whatever reason they allow us to move our console account over to PC or let us play it on PC or whatever, if they ever allow that, I have so much stuff that I'm just gonna be so happy about that I'm like, okay, I'm still on par. I'm on track with everything. I'm not behind, right? And so that's kind of why I just do that. It's not because I enjoy it or anything else. Like I really I feel for the console community. I love them. I think that it's a great option to play the game on console, but I really would like the option to be able to play my account on PC. That's it. That's all I want. That's all I'm saying. And we have a whole discussion on that coming here soon, but so that's why I do it. That's the only reason why I do it. I'm hoping that one day they go, okay, look, you have an option to play your character wherever you want to play it, your account wherever you want to play it. If Destiny 2 could do it and Destiny 2 went under and STO has not gone under, come on now. Give it, throw us a freaking bone here. That's all I'm saying. Let us move our accounts around. Okay, let me take a look. Let me see if anybody else is streaming tonight on Twitch. Because like I said, we are getting ready to close out here in about 5 minutes. But like tomorrow we're hitting this event one way or another. Whether it's just moving or if we're starting off on the Gomtuu or if we're starting off on Risa. And you all know where I stand at as far as the EC prices are concerned, right? So you already know if you or the EC, the dilithium price. So if you guys get on the event tomorrow and you see the dilithium buyout is above 3 million, just know I am not starting off the stream on the Gomtuu. I will tell you that right now. If we will not be doing it if it's above 3 million dilithium. If it's anywhere 3 million and below, then yes, we will start off in the Gomtuu tomorrow. And that will be the only reason that I'll have it. So, and then, yeah, we'll just farm it until I guess it becomes more cost effective to buy it out, or we just don't buy it out at all. And we just farm the whole damn thing. I'm looking on Twitch real quick just to see really quick if there's anybody else streaming Star Trek Online. Why do you have a great night? Going to finish watching this on my TV in the shower. Thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate you. Yeah, I will, like I said, I will be live tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern until midnight, and we are going one way or another. I don't know which way we're going, but we're going one way or another. Bungie's in a weird spot, even though Destiny 2 could support itself. Only one this. So I have a couple theories on that. I don't know how much y'all keep up with Destiny 2. I do a lot. I love Destiny 2. And I follow quite a few content creators, and one of them I follow is Aztec Ross. If you guys follow him, watch a lot of his stuff. And it's been a very interesting. Is there nobody really? Let me see. You have 3 viewers. You have 5 viewers. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see. And then how many do we have on the Twitch side of things? Oh, there's only 3 of us on Twitch side of things. Oh, I don't think we're gonna raid tonight. we have a bigger support on YouTube side of the channel, and that's okay. We will rebuild our Twitch side of things at some point, but we just have a little bit less over here on Twitch right now. Yeah, let me see. That's okay. That's all right. We will raid out maybe tomorrow night. I'm sure there'll be a little bit more people just because of the fact that it is a summer event. So, but folks, had a fun Tuesday night. We didn't get everything quite done that I wanted to get done, but that's okay. Time is what it is, and we'll just make up for it whenever, right? Because I did want to get some more discovery marks. Oh, I'm on the wrong account anyways. I got plenty on this account. But I wanted to get more on Bob, but it's fine. It's not here nor there. I do have to work in the morning, unfortunately, so time does not allow me to go on too late. So that being the case, we will be back here tomorrow night, 8 p.m. until midnight Eastern time. so many freaking awesome people in here. I'm starting to have a regular base, which is awesome. And those of you that are regulars here now, especially Epoch, Nasharu, Jericho, there's so many of you guys. Hold on, trying to why? Oh, I do have my stream settings on there, and then we're meeting all kinds of new people, and those that are new coming into the channel. We appreciate you guys being here. Ponderman, definitely been here for a minute. So I mean, like, you guys are just awesome. You all are awesome. You guys have great ideas. You guys have great suggestions. Great conversations all around, and we will definitely be back tomorrow night, 8 p.m. midnight Eastern Standard Time, one way or another. We're doing Risa. We'll see you all then. Have a good rest of your night. And trouble with Tribbles. I didn't even see. Were you hanging out there? Hey, it's okay if you're hanging out in the background. I do appreciate you hanging out here. And I did not forget about you, Ponderman. I did say Ponderman, as always. I did not forget about you. You need a hearing aid, sir. Are you getting to my age? Can you not hear yet? Oh no, don't do that to me. No, I'm just kidding. But sincerely, y'all are awesome. I will see you all tomorrow night, 8 p.m. midnight Eastern time. Have a good night, y'all. See you on the frontier.